Happy Thursday. It is me. It's me, Captain Coder, here with another day of Adventure Quest. We're working on an RPG. We're working on a RPG. Is it an RPG? RPG, an RPG. Anyway, I'm not a grammatical expert, so try not to judge me too harshly. We are building a prototype here. So I'm building a prototype for my students. I'm teaching a class starting Monday next week. Starting Monday. Good morning, Dad. Happy morning. We are having starting next week, I'm teaching an intro to Unity course. I keep saying 10 weeks. I think it's actually 11 or 12 weeks long. And Unity is massive. Unity is massive. There's no way you can learn Unity in 12 weeks, but you can start to learn Unity. That's why it's Intro to Unity. And in a lot of ways, it's an introduction to object-oriented programming in C# with Unity. That sort of maybe the branding would have been better. Maybe, we'll see. We'll see if students are disappointed. Most of my students tend to not be disappointed in my classes. I get good reviews. Anyway, I've been putting together a workbook for this. It's not done yet. It's definitely alpha stages, but adventurequest.captaincoder.org. adventurequest.captain.org. If you want to get caught up with what we're doing here, if you want to code along, check out that. Give me some feedback on it. I want to know where I can do better. What's confusing? Where do you get stuck? It's not really a tutorial, it's a project. Ooh, chapter 0 setups. Got to fix that little bug there. But it walks you through doing this stuff, but it doesn't give you every little detail. It doesn't give you all the solutions. It gives you a general idea, and then there's challenges in here. Things you got to do on your own. Challenge, implement the role method. So you got to figure out, how do I write that on my own? But I don't just leave you out there. I assume you have some programming experience, but maybe not years of programming experience. My youngest students, I think, will have one semester of programming. But you should be familiar with variables, Boolean logic, if statement, loops, methods. Something in here I should probably add is, should be semi-familiar with arrays or list. One or the other. We'll use both in it, but be familiar with one or the other. Just how to create a collection of data combined together. Okay, so before we hop in, we got to do a sign on. Before we start here. We are going to go into our sign on here. Last time we signed off, we finished goals 1, 2, and 3, which was there was a bug we fixed related to character name and character creation screen, figuring out how to transfer player characters between scenes. So figuring out how to transfer characters between scenes, and creating a town hub scene. So we set up a town hub. We have our player character, so you can go from the character creation scene to the town hub. You can't do anything there yet, but we can see the data. We've got our player characters serializing, which is nice. We want to start working on player equipment / inventory, so like a management. And I would like to be able to make it so in the town hub, you can go to a shop. You can go to a store and buy weapons. All right, so that's what I would like to be able to do. Oh yeah, and we worked on debugging the Unity debugger last time. I'm not gonna get into that. If you want to go watch an hour and a half, 90 minutes of discussion about how to get the debugger work, and there's a bug. I believe there's a bug in Unity. If you want to go watch that, feel free to do so. Yesterday, I think yesterday was day 3. We're on day 4 here. But yeah, the last 90 minutes we're just sort of testing out what's going on with debugger. Did not start on the bonuses. So today, let's do a sign on here. What are my goals? Sign on. Goals. I want to get an item shop in here. Get a weapon. I want to get the start of a weapon shop. So I need to do that. I need equipment. So define weapon class, maybe item class. We'll start with a weapon class, right? We're gonna start with the weapon class, and then we'll probably go up from there and say, okay, well, weapon class needs to have these things. Maybe we start with define an equipment interface. Find an equipment interface. So it's like an equipable thing. It needs to like have, what are the different types of equipment? Ooh, this is a good idea. So we can have like equipment type. You have weapon, armor. So these are things that you can equip. So there's like an equipable there's an equipable. I-equipable. So we need this idea of something that can be equipped. That's what we'll do. So we'll do an I-equipable. And this is destined to change, I'm sure. So just I-equipable, which is going to have to probably have some kind of like equipment slot. So define equipment type enum. So we're gonna have equipment types, and so the two types I'm gonna have is gonna be weapon and armor. And an I-equipable will have to specify one of those types. And then define a weapon class implementing I-equipable. There's a lot of stuff I'm adding here, right? And then finally, oh yeah, I guess at that point we can sort of have a list of equipment on a player, or more likely an equipment class, which will be like a dictionary from equipment types to the actual equipped value. Equipment class, what equipment does the player have equipped? Yeah, so we want to be able to say, okay, well, if I want to equip a weapon, can we do that? If they already have a weapon, we can't equip a second one. Rave, my friend, good morning. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Where are you located? So I know I'm always surprised that anyone even watches my stream, but that's because it's 5 a.m. here in beautiful Arizona. So East Coast Canada. Okay, so it's like, what would that, like 7 a.m. for you? So it is morning for you though. So when I was streaming, so typically when I was doing other stuff, it always seemed like I had people on the other side of the world. 8:40. Okay. 8:40. So that's interesting because it's 5:10 here. And so you are 3.5 hours ahead of me, which is fascinating. MJT, I'm so glad to have you here. I'll try to keep it down so I don't wake up your baby. But welcome back, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. And I'm just gonna apologize again yesterday for banning you. I didn't read the whole the whole message. But yeah, we're trying to get a sign on here. So one of the things you want to do with a sign on is you want to be reasonable about what you're going to get done. And I feel like I'm adding too much stuff in here. My goal is eventually to have like a weapon shop. But I think this is like already enough. I-equipable, equipment type, a weapon class, that sort of thing. Because then you're also going to need to have your weapons going to have like sprites and stuff. All right, so bonus. I'm going to add in a bonus to this. Add weapon shop. So weapon shop slash like I need like a weapon shop or character status screen. So I need one of those two things. So a status screen might show you what you happen to have equipped, right? Okay. So one of those two things. So that's what we're gonna try and get done today. I've got a lot going on here. Okay. That said, let's hop into some coding. Let's hop into some coding here. Is that text readable on the screen? Yeah, it's totally readable. Okay. Okay, here we go. We want in our model player character, we need an equipment. So I actually think that we have a new folder here, a new package essentially, called equipment. All right, so we're gonna go with equipment here. And let's come into our script, model, equipment. We're gonna create a new interface, equipable, .cs. Namespace adventure quest dot equipment. And let's come back. Here's this. Let this rebuild here for a second. So that way my autocomplete will work. We'll reload. We'll reopen this. George, so glad to have you back. Happy George over on YouTube. Happy Thursday, my friend. It's good to see you. Free RPG weapons. So you got to be careful when something's free, because it's free as long as you don't use it if you don't like repackage it. So the licenses are a little bit tricky on some of these things, because what's going to happen is we'll see. I got maybe these look beautiful. These look beautiful. Maybe I will use these. Nice. I just got to make sure the license is something that I'm allowed to use. If I say, okay, well, I'm going to include this in something else, and I'm assuming maybe it looks like maybe the standard Unity license. I just got to make sure I know that I can include it in a project and then potentially like sell it. I don't know if I'm going to sell it, but if you were to use this and then like redistribute these. So the idea is I'm creating a project and I'm telling students to use these assets. And so if I redistribute these, am I going to get in trouble? Creative Commons allows me to like redistribute and like modify things. I don't know what the standard agreement is for the Unity store. I'll have to look into it. But Rabe, thank you for sharing that. I'm definitely gonna consider it, because these look gorgeous. These are really, really gorgeous. Okay. Venture Quest at equipment, public interface, equipable. All right, so what does it mean to be an equipable? Well, we need an equipment type. Equipment type. I'm gonna move my chats. I'm adjusting my chats so I can, my brain will see them a little bit more. I don't want them on the screen, but I want them, there we go. All right, so equipment type is gonna be an enumerated type of, these are sort of like the different slots where you can put things in your character. So like you'd have helmet, chest, legs, feet, hands, that sort of thing. But we're gonna keep it simple to start out. But the idea is if we want to add new things, you just add them here, and then everything else should just sort of continue working if you add new things here. And you just got that, the danger there is if you don't want to ever take things away. All right, so we have equipment types, public, enum, equipment type. All right, and then we're gonna start with weapon. All right, and that's the equipment type we have to start. And the idea is, yeah, so we have equipable. An equipable needs to have an equipment type. So public equipment type, like that. So as a property. That. And is it an anti, so here's the thing, is it an anti-pattern to name things as type, put the word type in an enum? I'm curious of how bad of a practice is. I always find that sort of feels like the right thing to do. but it's like, should I be doing like subclassing to do this? Well, because I am going to have subclassing as well. Not necessarily, maybe not subclassing, but things that implement the iEquipable. We're probably gonna have an equipment type, and then an equipment, and then like, so iEquipable, and then there's probably gonna be an equipable, which will be an abstract class that implements a lot of this stuff, but not all of it. Gotta have Unity rebuild here. I wish there was a way, and maybe there is, to invoke that build from VS Code, so I don't have to click over to Unity. Be like, Unity build. I'd like you to build for me. All right, so an equipable has an equipment type. And then, so there's this interesting thing. Is like, if that's it, is that my whole interface? It's like, is that really maybe like an is equipped Boolean type thing. GP Fantaso, let me know how to pronounce that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Always happy to have some people lurking in the chat, but feel free to ask questions and participate. I love hearing people's thoughts. I love hearing people's thoughts. I love answering questions. I'm a teacher, so welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Trying to decide. iEquipable has an equipment type. Essentially, like, I think what I need to do with this is have a public bool equip, and I think this needs to have a method that takes in a player character and equips it to the player. So the question is, should the equipable have the equip, or should the player have an equip that accepts an equipable? That's like the sort of, you know, predicate, like this interesting things. Create the item scriptable objects. Nice, George. So maybe is equipable comes with is equipable, and so rather than this actually equipping it to the player, so the player character will have an equip that accepts an equipable, but rather than that, this will check whether or not the player can equip this thing. That might be a better way to think about equipables. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with for this. And this is why we're doing a prototype, because I don't know exactly what I'm building. And so that's the whole idea of a prototype, is figure out how to do it. Give yourself some ideas, get in there, but you know that you're going to be reworking it and revising it as you go. It's sort of like, you know, well, this is me doing the blueprints for building a house. How do I want to build a house? And so player character happens to be in adventure quest. Apparently I'm very tired today. Part of me is thinking maybe I need an iCharacter type, right? So an iCharacter interface, because rather than just checking if a player character can equip it, there could be other non-things that aren't player characters that equip it. But we'll leave it as player character for now, and let that bite us later. It's almost certainly what's going to happen. All right, so we have an is equipable, which will determine whether or not we can equip this thing. And so the idea would be, like, you could potentially have some requirements. So anyone can use a dagger, but to use a greatsword, you need 16 strength, something along those lines. Ooh, I like that. So is equipable tells us whether or not we can use it based on like our stats, but we don't define that exactly here. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's it for the equipable for now. We'll find out what we need as we move forward. And we're gonna create a weapon type. Public. Oh, so add this in the namespace. It's an equipment. namespace adventure quest equipment public class weapon, and it's gonna implement the iEquipable. Am I spelling equipable right? Does it have 2 P's? My brain wants it to have 2 P's. Let's click here. Where's my? Here we go. Equipable. There's 2 P's. Okay. No, there's 1 P. Equipped has 2 P's in it. Is equip? It's 1 P. Okay. Equipable has 1 P. Equipped has 2 P's. Guess that makes sense. Again, I'm no Englishologist, languageologist. I don't study languages. I study computer science. I'm a programmerologist. Let's go with that. Public weapon iEquipable. This should be yelling at me saying I haven't implemented it. So this tells me that Unity has not yet built it. Here we go. And let me get this auto implement. Come on, please. Oh, saying I haven't used adventure quest equipment. You should be in here. I don't need to do using. I want you to generate this for me. Fascinating. The type iEquipable could not be found. Are you missing iEquipable? Did I do this wrong? What's going on? I spelled some Ed. What do I have here? Adventure quest. It's right here, but here I have it adventure quest. Adventure quest. All right. All right. Smab. Smab. Thank you. Advent of Quest 2022. There we go. And that means I also have this wrong in my equipment type. Happy Thursday, my friend. I'm so glad you're here this morning or afternoon for you, I suppose. I hope things are going well for you. This is such a change of pace for me to be doing like game programming, because I'm not really a game developer at all. I will never claim to be a game developer or a good game developer or a Unity developer, maybe someday, but it's not really what gets me super excited. All right, so weapon will return the equipment type .weapon like that. And is equipable. So this should actually be an abstract class, I think, because you'll have subclasses maybe. So it's like what makes something equipable. Doing the inheritance thing. So favor composition over inheritance, right? So it doesn't. I don't know that it makes sense to have like a zillion different weapon types, but you could have like, you know. Yeah, so I think instead there's sort of like a requirements class that we need to have that sort of will allow us to check whether or not something like a player character meets some requirements. And then a weapon can have a requirements in it. Otherwise, you're going to be subclassing equipable all over the place. So I actually think for now, though, we can say, well, we're going to return true. Weapons are equipable, but we will eventually need to have some kind of determinable. So this is where I'm feeling down. I'm like, well, maybe I don't want an equipable type. So someone give me their opinion. I'm trying to figure it out. Should the equipable have an equip method, or should the player character have the equip method? Part of me, because how I modify the player internally will be different. So I actually think the player character needs the equip method because it's going to be setting some values inside of the player character. Yeah, I think that's think that's the right design decision. Well, so the idea, yeah, you're right, Ray. Well, I was feeling dumb for having. You're right. Let's get rid of this because I don't know that I'm going to use it. Instead, I might end up adding like a requirements class later that says what it needs. But yeah, I think you're right that the player class should have equip because the player is going to be able to access its internal things, and it'll know like the slot it has. So equipment type is really the like slot. Equipment type is like the quote unquote slot that it's going to go into. And I'm just trying to think like what else does an iEquipable have? A name maybe, but that also feels like it should go. Yeah, so you know, iEquipable feels like it should maybe have a name, but then there should be like a bigger. Well, yeah, well, all items have names. So part of me feels like maybe I need to have a different one. You know, so for now, I actually think I need a more things here. Equipment. I think I need an item interface. Item. Copy my namespace here. So items are not equipables, but items have two things. They have a string name and they have a int value or cost. What's a better name, value or cost? What do people think? I'm curious. So rather than putting this on iEquipable, I'm going to make it so items, because you could potentially have inventory items like a potion or something that has a name and a cost. And we're going to say iEquipables happen to be iitems. Let's get that to rebuild here. But yeah, I'm really curious. Trying to make good design decisions. So like it's important to think about your foundation because you don't want to get trapped later on. You don't want to get trapped later on. And so this is sort of, I should probably be sketching these things out, saying like, how are these things going to interact and relate? Item. Did I do something wrong here again with? No, it just hadn't built yet. Okay. So we're continuing on. I always feel like say, okay, a lot. I've been catching myself doing that. I don't know if it's annoying or not. There's little things that I notice that I do. Okay, so now a weapon, because it's an item, also has to be have those things. So here's a question. Do all equipables have to be items? That's a thought. Maybe you don't, and instead weapon happens to implement equipable and item. So that's a thought here. So let me know what you think. What are people's opinions on that? Should equipable extend item, or should item just be a separate interface and weapon should implement both of those? All right, so this is why this, I think, needs to be abstract. Because, oh no, it doesn't need to be abstract. Instead, this has a constructor. Yeah, so my thought is there such a thing as an equipable that isn't an item? So part of me was like, well, if we're getting crazy and abstract, well, you could equip a spell. So like in Dungeons and Dragons, you sort of like have spell slots, and so you could like equip a spell, but I don't know if that might be too abstract. So there's like when you're programming, you want to find the right level of abstraction, because abstraction can like end up hurting you down the road, and inheritance like boxes you in weird ways. So inheritance is scary. Not scary, but inheritance can be dangerous. All right, but anyway, we have a public weapon. and a weapon's going. Oh, and I found out, Smab. I'm curious what your opinion is on this. This drives me a little. I'm just not used to it, but the quote unquote correct way, canonical way, maybe to put properties should go after your constructor, which makes sense to me because they're methods, but it bothers me because I think of them as variables. I think of them as fields. So I'm curious if Smab, if you're listening, what your thoughts are, or anyone's thoughts on putting them down here. It kind of drives me a little crazy. All right, so this will just be a get. Crazy is not the right word, but I found it surprising. String name, int cost. Okay. So a weapon has a name and a cost. So name equals name, cost equals cost. Oh, wrong order. Cost equals cost. So we have that. Equipment type's always weapon, which makes sense. We have a name and a cost. Weapon also is going to have a like damage value. All right, so this is where things get a little bit tricky. Is we need to be able to have a damage calculator type thing. So I've come up with a dice, like a dice system. The whole first part of this project is doing a dice system, which is pretty interesting. So the whole first part is creating a die roller. So you model a die, and then you model a dice group. And I'm trying to figure out where to put the, so you have this dice notation idea, this idea of a dice notation. So you can type in, so a weapon might do 3D or 2d4 damage, and then you can say, okay, well, this is the damage distribution of that weapon. But it might also do 1d8, and so it has a different distribution where all of the values are random. We could also have 2d4 plus 1d6, that sort of thing. So this is the type of damage I want. But you also are going to want to do things like, well, it does plus strength, right? So that's not built in here yet. So I think I need to actually introduce an interface, and I was planning on doing that because I have this dice group and dice pool, and they kind of have the exact same interface. But we haven't talked about interfaces yet in the project, and so I think I need this idea of a new class, which is sort of like a role calculation. So if anyone has a good name for an interface that happens to be so dice notation feels okay, but it's the idea of a class that has the ability, so maybe rollable. It has like a roll, a min, and a max. All right, so you can roll it, you know what the min of it is, and you know what the max of it, but it does some other stuff too. So maybe there's an iRollable interface. And so a weapon, what's interesting though is the damage amount can be based on who's using it. So maybe there needs to be like a damage calculation interface or damage calculation class that has like a dice roll notation for it. So I'm curious what we should do in that regard. Yeah, we need like a damage amount. Some way to a damage formula. Maybe die formula. Or roll formula. Yeah, I think I'm gonna create something in dice here. These discussions can only be solved by dice roll. So I think I want to introduce this idea of a character roll. Right. So the idea is I need to be able to, or ability roll. Oh, let's go with that. I ability roll. And so the idea is we want to be able to add in maybe just ability roll. I'm not sure, but let's map this out. The idea is at this point I need to introduce. I haven't introduced interfaces yet, and so interfaces are going to get introduced to sort of make an interface that dice pool and dice group all use, where they have a min, a max, and a roll. So they have two values, min, max, and then roll, which produces an int, right? So right now, this, my students, the idea is they'll implement these and then we'll go, oh, okay, well, these all sort of have this commonality, and we want to be able to swap it out in this analyzer. So in fact, we have like this thing that's just like called an iRollable. Maybe that's what it is, iRollable. But then we have like an ability roll, and I think the notation's slightly different, so it can't be. I'm trying to think exactly what I'm gonna do, but I know my weapon's gonna have to have a damage calculation. Modified roll? Maybe it's called like a modified roll. Look, what do people think about a modified roll? Modified roll. Let me know if that name is terrible. So a modified roll has the following properties. So a modified roll can include additives for strength. A roll. George says a roll rolls because it's the roll that a roll has. Yes, a roll. So one of the things that I know that I have here, so in the player character has abilities, and an ability score has modifiers. So maybe what I do is I have something called a roll modifier. Okay, so I'm gonna have this idea of a roll modifier. And so this is something that you can attach to a roll. So a roll modifier will have something like public int modifier. Okay, so it's gonna have a modifier. So this would be, for example, this would be like 3d6 plus 2. The 2 would be the modifier. And then it will also have a table of lists, or a table, so a dictionary. Maybe not public, but private. So the public component would be a list of ability. Yeah. So a list of ability modifiers. Okay. So in this situation, let's go back to have this build up. In this situation, we have a list, and maybe I should make it a set. I'm not sure, but let's import collections here. So the idea is it says a list of ability modifiers, and so this would cover anything that's in this list. If it's empty, we don't do any pluses, but if we have 3d6 plus dex plus 2, modifier would be 2, and dex would just be an element in this list. Okay, so the question is, do we want to be able to do things where they can say like plus 2 times your dexterity? If so, then we make it a list and you just put dexterity in there twice. So I think a roll modifier is what we want here. So we have a list. All right, so this is going to be a get, and this one is also going to be a get. Although this one we need to make it so that way it is a like clone that can't be modified outside of this. Yeah, I think I like this, the a roll modifier. Okay, I think I like this idea of a roll modifier. Anyone has better ideas, let me know. This is going to get crazy if one of the playable characters is a gambler who can throw magic dice at people. Absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be like if you're familiar with X-Men, it's like Gambit. He's like a gambler. But he has the ability to like infuse cards with energy or infuse things with energy, and he uses cards to throw things at people. Yeah. So I think I like this idea of a role modifier. So we have a public constructor, so public role modifier, and we can do a couple here. So we'll add a couple constructors, but the base constructors is going to be that we need a modifier and a list modifier and a list of ability, and really we can use params here. Params abilities params ability. So we could see the params. Hang on. How do we do params? Do I put the params here? I can never remember. How do I put the param? Seems to be that you have skipped two really important steps in the building of this game. What important steps have I missed, Smab? I haven't defined the rules of the game. Well, I'm following like a tabletop. Yeah, you're correct. This is why I'm calling it a prototype. This is the prototype of a game, and so I'm trying to massage out what they are right now. But you're correct. I don't know exactly, my plan here. Let's see here. What was I? Yeah, that's exactly right, Smab. That's what I'm trying to work them out right now. That's the whole reason this is why I'm prototyping it. Let's see here. Params C#. That I have to say params array abilities. There we go. Never remember the thing there. But yeah, so this is, I'm building a prototype for an RPG. So I do know so I'm following Dungeons and Dragons rules, right? So Dungeons and Dragons, I know what my dice roll notations are. And it's like, how do we logically build this up? Dota, happy Thursday, my friend. But you're right that I don't quite know the exact way I'm to model this thing. So I know that I want to model Dungeons and Dragons, Swords and Sorceries, tabletop role playing. So the rules of the game are like vaguely defined as like traditional RPG. But you do make a good point. Modifier, and then we're gonna do a for each ability in abilities. Yeah, it's not a silver bullet for good design at all, But yeah, so we're trying to, but you're right, Smab. I'm building the house, as I go, and this is, it's not necessarily the best way to approach it. I kind of agree with that, but it's the approach I guess I'm taking. I'm trying to think through it, but yeah, I did state a little bit earlier that I probably should draw this out and understand it ahead of time. But I'm just trying to understand, okay, how am I going to do equipment? So in a lot of ways, I'm defining equipment right now. I'm going through that process right now, and I'm iterating and thinking a little bit on it to see if it makes sense. But I do think this role modifier is the way to go. Role modifier. ZC, happy Thursday. So nice to see you again. welcome back. Ability modifiers dot add. It's going well. I'm prototyping. I'm prototyping this RPG. We're trying to get equipment, trying to think of how we're going to do equipment. We're sort of modeling equipment in an RPG. For each building modifier, add it to my list. Well, that's not quite what I want to do. So when we return this, so we're gonna have a back one. What my this is the 2D space shooter. So I did finish the prototype for that. I haven't gone through and completely. Sorry, my brain is. So I haven't gone through and completely massaged it out. I built a prototype for it, and I understand like a very basics of how to get things moving around on the screen. So yeah, so I think there's like 8 parts to that one. So I did end up with that. There's a link to it somewhere. Smab, it's so equipment is sort of like a definition for an object. So there's like not instances of equipment, but yeah, equipment in this case is going to be something that a player can wield. So it's going to be like it's an item a player can wield or wear. In this case, the types of equipment we have are weapon. Weapon's the only one right now, but there will be weapon and armor. Those are the 2 that I'm going to define. But the idea is how can I make a framework for it to make it relatively straightforward to add additional equipment. So just like I did with the abilities, right? So ability, there are this different types of abilities. If I want to add more abilities, I can add to this enum, and then it sort of like scales based off of that. So my design lets it scale if I add more. Same with sort of this idea with an equipment type. To me, different equipment types, there's an I-equipable interface of, lets us know what the equipment type is of a thing. And then, but these are going to be sort of equipment slots on a character. So in some games, you might expand it more where you have left hand, right hand. You might have helmet, you might have boots, you might have legs. In mine, there's going to be weapon and armor. Those are the 2 that I'm going to define. Those are the 2 slots. And then there's the I-equipable, which tells us the equipment type that it has. And then weapon happens to be a subclass, or not a subclass, but an implementation of an I-equipable. And so where I'm at with that is I'm going like, oh, well, a weapon actually has some amount of damage that it can deal. So and that made me realize, hey, right here, I need to do that. And I have this idea of a dice notation. So I have a dice pool, which lets me do notations of the form. So I can do like 3d6 plus 2d4, right? And so I can do dice notations of this form, but I would like to be able to do dice notations of the form dex, like +2. I can't do that right now. And then also we would like to be able to do of the form plus strength, plus dexterity, right? So dexterity. And so now this dice roll is, for a weapon, is based on the person who's wielding it. So it might be better for someone with high dexterity than it would be for someone with a strength score. And so I'm thinking about how do I want to be able to have a roll. So it shouldn't, I didn't think it should be attached to the dice pool. Instead, I have a roll modifier. And so you're gonna have your base die roll, so like 3d6 plus 2d4, and then you'll have a roll modifier, which adds in this part here. So you can have one that has no modifiers. You can have one that has just like a +2. You can have one that has, I guess you could have minus as well. So we'll have to think about how we might do that. But for now, I'm just going to have it. Everything has to be additive, is the way I'm going to define it. So you have your modifier, you have your ability modifiers like this. And yeah. Did I kind of answer your question, Smab? I don't know if I answered your question. Modifier here. Abilities. Yes, so I was going to do it here. Let's make this an array. Do I want a list? Make it an array. Okay. So we will initialize ability modifiers equal to new ability, and it's going to be the same length as this one. Dot length. And we're going to copy these over. Oh, this is why I wanted to do lists. Lists are just nicer to deal with. And we started out as a new. And we're going to add those into this one, ability modifiers. And when we get it, it's going to make a copy of it so that way it's immutable. We're favoring immutable. I'm really trying to and in general, you should favor immutable data unless there's a really good reason not to. And so when we get these modifiers, we're just going to make a copy of it. And there's some annoyances I'm running into. Annoyance isn't the right word, but maybe I'll start using system. I'm going to start using system.link here, actually. Introduce this to my students. One of the reasons I've avoided using link is my students need to be able to write for loops on the AP exam. So on an AP exam, you need to be able to write a method that looks like this, and you have to specifically show a for loop. You can't use you couldn't use link things. They wouldn't allow that. So I want to make sure that I include for loops and stuff in here. And then at some point I need to transition to saying like, okay, now you can just use link to solve these things. ZC, good question. So I am working on a prototype for a project that my students are going to be doing this term. So the class I'm teaching is called Introduction to Unity, but I think a better name for the class might be Introduction to Object-Oriented Programming with C# and Unity. So it's sort of like I'm trying to teach object-oriented design principles, unit testing, and then using Unity to do user interfaces, and interact with events. So like clicking on things, typing stuff in, those sort of event-based programming rather than traditional console-based programming top to bottom. So I'm going to have them build an RPG for this. And so the first part is they build out a little dice rolling analyzer. All right, so they build a dice rolling analyzer, the first part, so they can go ahead and like get statistical. They build a histogram. They do a little bit of UI stuff. All right, so then after they've completed that, they're going to get to a character creator. So they're going to use their dice rolls to then implement sort of like a character creation screen where they can select avatars, enter names, roll stats, and build a character. All right. And then after that, it's like, okay, now we're going to model how would we do equipment in a game like this. And specifically what I want. So I'm basically making a little RPG. And so the thing is, a little RPG actually ends up being kind of a relatively big undertaking if you're not careful. If you want to make it scalable, if you have like a very specific goal, you can like mash it together with some gnarly spaghetti code. And so I'm trying to teach what are some good practices here. How are we going to approach this thing? Why are we making the decisions we have? And so Smabs, I always really like Smab. Because Smab keeps me honest with myself. Like, have I done the things that I say I'm wanting my students to do? And the answer is like probably not completely. And so I should maybe be designing this out a little bit better. ZC, I'm not sure if I answered your question, but the idea is a little, we're building a sort of what I would call an engine for doing an RPG. So there's going to be like a weapon shop, an armor shop, and then the last part is going to be like a forest where you can go and have encounters. So then there'll be like a little bit of combat going on. So those are the components. So equipment, weapon, armor shop, and then a like random encounters. So like there's gonna be a forest you can go to fight enemies, and that's gonna be the whole thing. So at the end of the day, that's the whole thing. And then students from there, it's sort of like, all right, now you're free. You give them an extra couple weeks, to like 1 or 2 weeks, to say, okay, now add to it, add what you want. Do you want to add in different types of equipment? Do you want to add in, different locations? So now instead of just a forest, you have this other location you can go to. Do you want to add in a leveling system? So I'm not going to do a leveling system in this prototype, but then it's sort of open-ended at the end and said, okay, now students take this project that we've worked on for 4 weeks and turn it into something bigger. And then we'll move on to the next project. Yeah, so this class is, I'm really excited for it, but I'm working my way through of like, what am I going to have them do for the full projects here? What are my goals? What are they learning? All right, so here, again, we're going to make a copy of this ability here. Get this one is in ability up. So like right here, we are teaching them about, why is it important to do immutability? Why am I returning a copy of this rather than the actual data here? Is, well, this object should be immutable. Yeah, Smab, I'm so happy that you managed to find my stream, because you're awesome. So by the way, I love having you around to coach me in a lot of ways. So I've been programming a long time, but I'm not. I don't think I'm like the best programmer in the world. And there's always, I have a lot of experience, and you can muscle your way through a lot of things. And so it's important to think about that design stuff. So I love having you around to keep me honest with these things. So once again, thank you for being here to help make me a better programmer. I'm loving this about streaming, is it's making me better. Okay. So the get here will make a copy of the list. That way, if it gets modified externally, it doesn't break the role modifier. And then we need a method here. We actually don't have. Yeah, so this is just a role modifier. And then there's this idea of a ability role. All right. So this thing serves as a role modifier. You've started learning Unity with 2020, with the newer version 0.2. Do you know if there are any differences? Because they're using, which version of C# is 2022 on? So I'm stuck on C# 8, I think. Are they on C# 9 in 2022? Yeah, I'm scared to introduce the physics system in my Unity class. So once you have physics, things start getting unhinged. 9-ish, yeah. Yeah, there's always some caveats there, right? All right, so this I think is really straightforward. The one thing, what's cool is this is an enum, so it cannot be null. This is a params type, so it shouldn't be null. Modifier, we're going to add a restriction that the modifier has to be positive. If modifier less than 0, throw new system.argument exception, role modifiers must be additive. Is that how you spell additive? Additive. Yeah. My dictionary doesn't like it. Additive. Additive. There it is. Must be additive. But the modifier was modifier. So I was talking with my partner last night. She was saying she's a software engineer and she's been doing stuff with Docker, which I've worked with a lot. I've worked with Docker a lot at my last job. But and I always praise Docker. I really like using Docker or Podman, whatever you're using, but containerized stuff. And so she's been doing a bunch of Docker stuff lately. And at first she's like, I hate it. And last night we had a conversation. She says, I think I'm starting to like Docker. And I laughed and I said, that's awesome. That's how I'm feeling a little bit about Unity. As I said, in the past, I've kind of really disliked Unity because of all of the essentially bad practices that are associated with it. But I told her that I think I'm starting to like it. The more I've used it and forced myself to do good things. So I've used it in the past to just do like quick game jams, like 3-hour game jams, 3DA game jams. And so I've like, all the tutorials you find. So the one thing I dislike about Unity is their online tutorials teach you anti-patterns for the most part. So we're going to make this serializable. That is really cool. I did not know that. I am excited to start using .NET 7 this term. So I've updated my book to .NET 7. Last term we were on .NET 6, so I've been trying not to upgrade just to keep, just so that my system was consistent with my students, but we're using .NET 7 now. I need to get that installed on my system, or set it to the default one. I think it's installed, just not set it to the default. We're gonna serialize this. So the role modifiers can be saved maybe? I don't know if that's even necessary. I don't think we need to serialize a role modifier yet. Well, yeah, we'll need to because the weapon is gonna have to have a damage roll. All right, so we have a role modifier, and then we're gonna create an iRollable class, public namespace adventure quest dot dice. But yeah, I always tell students or people that ask me, should I, what should I do to learn how to use, what should I do to learn programming? What should I do to learn Unity? And I always tell people that they should, you should learn basic programming first. Don't jump right into Unity. Don't jump right into game development because you're going to learn bad practices. If you go and look at videos online, they teach you, the quick and dirty way to get something going. They don't teach you. So I've seen very few tutorials on Unity that say use a namespace. They say create a scripts folder, put everything in the scripts folder. And it's, we want to organize stuff a little bit better than that. So we're going to have a roll method for an iRollable, and then a public int min and a public int max. The idea is we have an idea of an iRollable, so something that can be rolled, and so these dice will be We're going to implement this interface. And then we're going to have an ability role. And so this, yeah, we'll do. This is interesting. Yeah, an ability role. I didn't mean to make a new folder. Ability role. And maybe ability role should be in the player character. Yeah. Well, we'll make it over here in the player character. So this is namespace. Adventure. Opinions. So ability role is a class here. I'm looking for opinions. Ability role is a class that is going to be the combination of an iRollable and a roll modifier that has a method that accepts a set of abilities and does the roll. So let me define this class real quick. And I'm curious where people think it should fit in my class hierarchy, in my namespace structure. So public class ability role. The ability role is going to take in an iRollable and a roll modifier. And so let's add those in real quick using adventurequest.dice. But the actual method, this should absolutely go in. Yeah, this should no, it's not a rollable. It's gonna have a public int roll, and it takes in an abilities, which is a set of ability scores to roll against. So I have a question. What do people think is the appropriate place? iRollable. Cannot be found. What did I put? Rollable. Rollable. Oh, did I just roll Abe? Okay. So I'm curious what people's opinions are in this regard. Should the ability roll be part of character or dice? It takes in abilities to do it, so it can't be done without either of them. So I would be curious what other people might structure this. I think it should go in dice, actually, and then I'll use the namespace character to get the rollable. Or should there be a new namespace called like character.dice? Okay. Yeah, so we put the roll modifier in here. And this, we can get back these things. So public, iRollable, base roll, and public roll modifier. Yeah, I think so. Okay, Smab, that's sort of like where my brain was sort of leading as I went there. So yeah, I think it should probably be in character.roll, and it uses both of these, or character.dice. So it's related to dice that the character uses. Yeah. So, and honestly, I don't know that it's in character, but like it's part of like the game. So I actually think MJT, you're right. I think as well as it should be part of like, so it's not just related with a character rolling something. Oh, actually, the ability, like the plus dex and stuff, actually is related to a character. So actually, I do think character.dice makes sense. Why is it telling me this? If I make it as a subpart, oh, that's fascinating. Or is this just because I haven't compiled yet? So this is interesting. I didn't know this, that since I've put it in character.dice, I don't have to import ability. So it seems to have also included the namespaces above it. I did not know that was a property of namespaces in C#. So I learned that. That's something new. That's something new to me. Base roll. Base roll. Yeah. Modifier equals. And when we do an actual roll, we do the base roll. And base result. And then we add in, we apply the roll modifier. And so this is going to have a method actually called apply. Yeah, I think that goes here. Int calculate modifier, and it's going to take in a abilities. Christoph, happy Thursday, my friend. Good morning. It's nice to see you. What is its ability is somewhere weird? Quest.character. Oh, that means ability must not be in a namespace. Okay. Adventure quest.character. Ah, school was delayed, so you got some time. Good. Well, maybe not good. Probably not good that school was delayed, but using. But I'm glad you got some extra free time, right? Adventure quest dot character. Okay, and this would be system dot, not systems, to be serialized field. Yeah, we want to be able to serialize that. Okay. Ability roll. All right, so in our ability modifier, or roll modifier, you can calculate the modifier. Given abilities, we calculate the modifier, or modifiers with naming here too. I'm bad at this. What would be a better name? So this is applying abilities to the modifier. So it's like going to be the total modifier. So modifier with might not be the best name, but I'm curious if someone has a better suggestion here. Int total. I'm going to start out with just modifier, and then we're going to loop through For each ability in ability modifiers, total plus equals abilities dot score of ability, and then we return the total. Score dot score. Okay. Yeah, so we pull it out, we add a modify with. You think modify with? So the idea is it's a modifier, so it gives us back an int. Maybe modify. I'm gonna go with modifier with because it's their total modifier. I like I felt good that I came up with modify with. What do we think? Modify with. Yeah, I like that. That actually feels really nice. And once again, Smab to the rescue. Smab's got it under control here. So we're gonna do the base roll. So this one becomes return base roll dot roll plus modifier dot modify with abilities. And this is beautiful because now it's a 1. We just say, oh, this is this calculation. Got it. There we go. I like that. So ability roll is sort of comes with this chunk here. Okay, so we got ability roll. Eye rollable. Eye rollable is not attached to any of these things yet. So let's see if we can get eye rollable. And don't we already have? Oh, I don't have a min. All right, so we just got to add in a min to this then. Ooh, and for good purposes, we're gonna move our things here. And we'll add in public int min is 1, and public int max is sides. And it should have a roll. What's it missing? Either that. Oh, because I called it Captain Coder. Ooh, I'm about to break a bunch of stuff. All right, we're gonna break everything here in a moment. Adventure quest. So in the write up, I ended up changing it to adventure quest. Adventure quests. All right, some horrific refactoring happening here. I need to do a search and find references to Captain Coder. Captain Coder. Yeah, this is really annoying. I should have. I'm scared to do a replace, search and replace all. That's almost certainly a bad idea, right? You have, that's cool. I've wanted to implement so you mentioning Boggle makes me, I've wanted to implement Boggle for quite some time. And I thought it'd be, there's this really cool game I have. Do I have it over here on my shelf? Oh. Have you heard of this game Qless by any chance? Let me switch. Let me turn, do I have my document cam? All right, I've got my document cam here. One sec, let me, my desk's a little gnarly. This game, Smab, you might, if you, it's not quite Boggle, so Qless, crossword solitaire game. All right, so it's a solitaire game. You have these dice with letters. It's like Boggle meets Scrabble. So you roll the dice. And then your goal is to use all of the dice to make words. So they all have to be connected at the end, but let's see everything. So we could do hack. All right, so hacks might be a word. Shack. And you got to build, you got to, oh, I'm not quite on camera here. Shack. I accidentally moved that one there. Let's see if we can let's see if we can do this live on stream. Usually it takes me like 15 minutes to finish. And you want to get up some good stuff. Yeah, I have 3 vowels. I got a U over here. But it's tricky. So the guy, it's called Qless because there's no Q, because that makes the game very, very hard. But I wanted to turn this into a game. I've thought about how to turn this into a game and like write a solver for it. But really cool game. One of my favorite little games. I love this. But you might enjoy it. I thought. But anyway, yeah, you would have to take these and build out the words. So we got something like that. And so, you know, the strategy is like get long words as you can with the vowels sort of spread out as much as possible. I think I bumped my letters here so that I keep changing them. But anyway, really cool game. You have like this, so like you talking about Boggle made me think of this game. I love this game. It's like Boggle meets Scrabble. So my girlfriend and I, we're big fans of Scrabble. And sometimes we don't want to be competitive, so we will play Qless instead. You can only see the words you create in the console. Oh, in your Boggle game. Yeah, I think. Okay, let's see if that fixed a lot of the namespacing issues. Let's have it rebuild our assemblies here. All right. So that fixed a lot. That was a huge. That was gross. Okay, so we put iRollable on die. We're gonna add iRollable to dice group, and I think that should just work by default because it has that already. Although this one might have a list. No, cool. And then iRollable. So these were already sort of implementing that interface without explicitly having it. So the idea with my students is, well, we introduce a, you know, the idea with the project is you don't introduce everything all at the same time. Instead, you introduce a problem, and then, oh, here happens to be a solution. So iRollable will be a solution to something that they're going to run into. Ah, gotcha. Still really cool. Okay, so we're getting close here. I opened way too many things. So now with a weapon, we have, we're gonna have a variable call that is an ability roll. Interesting. So yeah, we're gonna have to use character dot dice. So ability roll, damage. Okay, so a weapon has an ability roll that we can get. Like that. So this is our definition of a weapon. We have a name, a cost, so the value of it, and then how much damage it can do. All right, so I'm liking that. Feel reasonably good. Well, I want so ZC, absolutely, that would be really, really cool. And that would mimic a lot of RPGs, but I'm gonna go with keeping it simple for my students. Again, we're trying to build a prototype, but absolutely that would be a great extension to how weapons work. It's like, oh, they can degrade over time, so we'd have to add in some type of like either variable to keep track of how degraded it is, how maintained it is, cost of repair. So there's like a bunch of things you could add to it as well to do that. So we might write an interface called, iMaintainable. So not just equipable, but you might have an interface that talks about, well, this thing has a maintenance regimen that's associated with it. So you might have an iMaintainable attached to it, or you might have a composition where it says it also has an iMaintainable object that tracks that for it. But we're not gonna keep track of that too much right now. But the idea is with the weapon, you can do weapon.damage.roll and get the result of using that weapon. Okay, so I have my weapon. I've sketched out here essentially what I want my weapon to be. So let's review that real quick. I've done a ton. I have 41 changes because I renamed my namespace. I should have done that in a separate commit. But we want to have equip items that can be equipped. So the player needs to be able to equip stuff. So we've created this idea of an equipable. And right now, all that an equipable requires is that you have a slot. So like equipment type is sort of where it's worn. If someone has a better name for equipment type, let me know. Equipment slot is an alternative that I think might be reasonable. So right now we just have weapon, but you might add more slots here. iEquipable is our interface that also has an item. So we have this idea of an item. An item has a name and a cost. So at the store you can buy these things. Equipable things can be equipped. And then a weapon implements iEquipable, and it has four properties, but it has three things that can be customized: a name, a cost, and a damage. And we probably would have some checks and it says like, well, an item can't cost less than 0. And we already have some checks on ability roll, so if we accept it, but it can't be null is probably what we want to do. But I think this is a good time to commit. In fact, I probably should have committed a while ago, especially when I made all these namespace changes. I should have held off on doing that, I think. But let's come over here, make sure our project builds, and then I'm gonna do a commit. Yeah, that would be an awesome thing to add into environment. So in combat or location or something, you could have environment things that change based on what you're doing. Yeah, it's awesome ideas. Yeah, if you want to, so check it out. If you're not, I don't know if you're on my Discord, ZC, but if you would like to give me some feedback on this, I have my Adventure Intro to Unity course here. I would love to hear your feedback. Go ahead and create a new post in the Intro to Unity course regarding these things, and then I can have them tracked down. So if you want to give me suggestions, I always am open to suggestions. I promise I will consider them, but I'm defeated by time. Time is my greatest enemy, it seems. All right, so I did a way too much stuff here, so this should be broken into multiple commits. Here, let's reset this. Let's see, git reset. All right, let's try and be reasonable about what changes I made first, because a lot of these I didn't A lot of these are namespace changes. All right, so the things that are new. All right, so we're gonna do the names. We're gonna do everything that was already part of this. Anything with an M, we are going to mark as a namespace change, a namespace update. So we're gonna add in our stage changes here. Anything that's marked as an M is modified. The U's are new, so I'm gonna do my modifieds first as a namespace change, and then so trying to follow good practices here. So I only want to add the ones that were modified because these ones were the ones that the namespace was changed on. I did implement like an iRollable and stuff. So I to make this commit work, like if you were to check out this one commit, we probably should also add in the iRollables, but I'm gonna come in here and put in a chore renamed Captain Coder namespace to Adventure Quest. All right, so I needed to do that. So we'll commit that. And then the actual thing I added here happens to be, let's add in the iRollable. So add an iRollable next. Each add iRollable interface. Define ability role. So we created this idea here of an ability role. Feat add ability role / role modifier. And then equipment. Yeah. Cool. So this is feat add equipment iEquipable / weapon implementation. Okay. And then these are sort of like Unity. I missed a chunk there, but we'll go ahead and add that in as well. We'll mark that as a chore. These I don't need to add. Maybe I will. All right, so we're gonna add in the dice roller here. The rest of this stuff. Oh, Unity's thinking about it. Not Unity, VS Code's thinking about it. What's going on? There it goes. So we'll get and the rest of this stuff. Okay, so chore, Unity build / update, metadata. Okay, trying to follow good practices. Don't always make it there. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. Continuing on. Okay, I have been going for about an hour and a half now. I'm gonna keep going for at least another hour and a half, but I needed to take a quick break here. My legs, I did this brutal workout on Monday, and then Tuesday I did another workout, and my legs have just been dead the last 2 days. So I gotta take a quick stretch break, get myself a little bit more coffee, but I'll be back. I'll be back in the next, 2 to 3 minutes. So I hope you'll enjoy. What are we listening to right now? Ooh, Stream Beats. All right, so we got Stream Beats. This is one of my favorite lo-fi albums by Stream Beats. It is a... Stream's not ending. Sorry, I hit a button. This is one of my favorite lo-fi albums. It's sort of like Japanese lo-fi. It's like the theme of it. So enjoy this while I get myself... I'm going to do a quick stretch, get some coffee, and I'll be back to continue working on it. All right. If you have any questions, suggestions, anything like that, just let me know. But I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Have my coffee, and now I'm gonna stretch for a little bit here. If stretching's so good for you, by the way, if you would like to join me in like a quick stretch, only a quick stretch, I highly encourage you to do so. I'm mostly stretching my quads and legs right now. But yeah, my legs are like brutally sore from this workout. My partner and I, well, she wants to. I'm not. I'm probably not going to go through it. But she's doing this intensive workout. She wants to start doing flipping. So she's like what I would call a highly athletic amateur gymnast. So she doesn't have. She's taking some gymnastics class now, but she's incredibly flexible, highly gymnastic, does parkour, rock climbing, that stuff. I love rock climbing and that sort of stuff too, but I'm not as into parkour as she is. But to prep for this flipping class she's taking, there's a 30-day intensive workout to get your muscles in the right type of shape to be able to do flipping. And so I'm joining her in doing that. Ooh. And it's interesting. I stand all day, so I work at a standing desk. She doesn't. And so there was a brutal leg workout on Monday. Her calves are killing her, but for me, it's like my thighs, my quads. My quads are killing me. My calves are fine. And I was saying, well, I think it's just because I stand around all day. So I stand at a standing desk, not all day. It can adjust up and down, but for the most part, I stand and do calf stretches when I'm standing. So I'll go up on my toes. I'm constantly stretching my legs, quote unquote legs, my calves apparently, quite a bit. But yeah, what am I trying to say here? Sorry if I'm off screen a little bit too. What am I trying to say? Yeah, so anyway, my calves apparently are in a much stronger state than hers, and her quad, she's just like more flexible and stuff in general than me. Her calves are not as strong as mine, and my quads are not as strong as hers. So it's fascinating that we're experiencing different muscle group trauma, I guess is what you would call it. Oh, yeah. But it's always, stretching is just so good for you. So if you're able to, I highly recommend getting up and stretching right now. Oh, and it feels so good. Stretching feels so good. Yeah, so I hope everyone's having a beautiful day. What's going on with this music? Is my music on random? No. I just gotcha. Oh, yeah, it's nice. Oh, do a little bit of core stretch too. I wish I had my stretch. There's a book that I have that I got that is just awesome for stretching. If I had it's in the other room, I would show it to you guys and encourage you to get it if you. It's like probably $15. Best stretching book. One of the things I didn't realize is, so my partner, she's the most flexible person I know in person. I'm sure there's more flexible people, but she basically stretches all day. Oh, you played your first game of Keyless in his Android app? 1 for 1, yeah. Keyless is it's so good. I didn't even know there was an app. I that makes sense that there would be. Actually, I feel like when I got Keyless online, there wasn't an app, and I almost felt like I should email him asking if he'd like one created. Anyway, I'm glad there's an app for it. I'll probably download that. That's awesome. But yeah, I used to do stretches, and I didn't realize what the purpose of the stretch. So there's this book I have that talks about it shows you the stretches, but it also shows you what muscle groups you should be filling when you're doing the stretch. And it turned out I'd just been there's certain stretches I was doing that I was just doing wrong. And so if you're going to stretching is just good in general, but it's also important to know when you do a stretch, what are you supposed to be feeling? What muscle are you actually stretching out when you do that? All right, so I'm wrapping up here my stretches, but I hope you all joined me in these stretches. But we're gonna get back to it here now. Oh, Felt good. Did some stretches. I got my second cup of coffee, just plain black. It's like a cream. What is this one? It's a Don Francisco is the coffee that I really like, and this one is like a forget what it's called, but it's like a cream. I just do black, no cream, no sugar, but this one has like a hint of creaminess to it. It's some mild hint of cream in it or something. All right. Okay, so let's look at our what are our goals for today. Let's look back at our sign on. What did we say we were going to try and do? So we have defined. Oops. Okay, so maybe it wasn't more than biting off more than I thought. We've defined an iEquipable interface. We've defined the equipment type enum. I still would like, if someone has a better name than equipment type, let me know. But it's sort of like the different equipment type represents the slot that an item fills. And then we implemented a weapon class. While we were doing this, we found that we had to implement some extra stuff. And then I want to implement the idea of like a collection of equipment. So it's like the culmination of those slots. So equipment is going to be the type that I want to define now. So equipment is sort of like the things that the player is currently wearing, not necessarily a player, but some entity, a character is wearing. So we're going to create a new class here, equipment. And the idea with equipment is namespace adventure quest.equipment public class equipment. This is sort of the I don't want to do that. Can't do that in this version of C#. But the idea of equipment is it's going to have the following properties. It's going to have a method, public bool is, well, maybe not bool, but public iEquipable. What would be this method? So we want to access the thing that's equipped in a specific slot. Equipable, equipped. And this is going to take in an equipment type. And so this is going to return the element that is equipped there. So for now, we'll return null. So part of me wants to say, should this be called get equipped? So we have an equipment, we have equipped. We have a public iEquipable. Public bool is equipped. So this will just tell us whether or not we have something in that slot. And so my question is, should I make this? Part of me says like this should probably be an exception if there's nothing in that slot, but sometimes it should just be like, oh, returns none. But to avoid things, I want to know, so we should check first, is there something in that slot? We probably shouldn't access that slot if there isn't anything equipped. And then we finally need the actual like setter value, public bool equip, which takes in an equipment type. Well, this will take in an iEquipable to equip, and we'll return essentially return true if we could equip that thing and false if we couldn't equip that thing. That's the idea, at least. This is sort of the interface I want to define. Or yeah, I think this thing should be mutable in that way. So it's sort of like a player has an equipment and the equipment says like, oh, I'm going to equip this thing. I think this is the interface I want. We want to be able to equip. Oh, and remove. We want to be able to remove. So I think can equip. It's a good question, MJT. Can equip is a good question. Because originally I was thinking in equipable. So I looked, yeah, I thought it was 2Ps too. There earlier in the stream, I looked it up and I said, it have 2Ps? It only has one. So you can see my search history. I put 2. It only has 1. But equipped has 2Ps. I think that's where my brain is annoyed. Oh, this is great. So this, yeah, so it's annoying because equipped has 2Ps, but equipable only has 1. My brain right now is like broken on this word equip. It just looks broken in my brain. But yeah, MJT, I think is equipable needs to go on, should go on the player, because the player determines whether or not they can equip that thing. Maybe I'll switch it to 2 because it is driving me crazy. It is driving me crazy. Let's see. Look, I'm not a languageologist. Equipable versus equipable. Gamers say the object of the operation is equipable, while others refer to things being equipped as being equipable. For example, what's the difference? Oh, is there a difference? Oh, it just says equipable is often just a misspelling. Wearable, Malinfit, welcome to the chat. I wearable. That's not a bad one. I think it's you don't wear a weapon, right? You wield. So you could say it's a wieldable and then a wearable. But I think equipable sort of meets both those requirements. But I wearable is a good idea as well. But then I think I would want to have a wearable and a. So there will be so Smab, I think there would be a usable interface as well. So the idea is a potion would be usable but not equipable, right? So a usable thing has an effect when used, and so it might have like a number of charges or something like that. But yeah, I think usable happens to be a different case. But maybe I should just do. Well, look at this. Look, my spell checker is even telling me it wants it to be equitable. What if I put a second P in there? My spell checker just says equipable is not a word, which is wrong altogether. Maybe I'll go with 2 P's just because it's driving me nuts. Especially here, it drives me nuts. But equipment doesn't have 2 P's in it, so I don't know. Look. I'm a programmer, not an author. Yeah, apparently neither word is a real word. Okay. So, and then we want to remove. Yeah, public bool remove equipment type. Type, and this will return de-equip. You gotta de-equip something. I think remove makes sense. It's like you take it off. Equipable only exists in RPGs. Interesting. Ooh, that's a good question. Let's look in the D&D manual. I have it right here. D&D manual time. Yeah, unequip is the initial thought I had as well. Let's see. Let's turn on my document cam here. We got the D&D manual. Let's see what the D&D manual says. Equipment. Let's see. Equipment 143. So I bet they're not going to say equip in here. They're going to say wield. Is my guess. They're going to say wear and wield. Or can be equipped. Coinage, starting equipment. Selling, armor and shield, proficiencies. Sizes. A good question. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Dawn. Doff. All right. This. I don't know if you can see this. I don't know if the camera is good enough, but the Dungeons and Dragons manual, the verbs that they use, getting in and out of armor. You don, so D-on and D-off. You don and doff your armor. Which I think is a beautiful term. You don't don. Do you don a weapon? Perfectly. No, they're perfectly good verbs. I think that's great. Can you doff? Let's look up the definition of doff real quick. I want to know, can we doff? Yeah, it's doff. Doff. Can you? You might have been equipped with 2 P's, but did it say equipable, Malinfant? Malinfant. We're looking to see whether or not the word equipable. Define dawn. Let's see. Define doff. Remove an item of clothing. Take off or raise. Yeah. So you have don and doff. Doesn't work in. I don't think grammatically it works with weapons, right? Can you put on a weapon? No, you wield a weapon. So now I have, some tornness here. Equipable. Should we change equipable to donnable? Maybe it should be donnable. Yeah. What if it's armor that does damage? Is it a weapon? Well, we're just not going to allow that. It's a good question. If it was armor that does that, you'd have to do something special. So in that case, I think you would end up with an usable, wieldable and wearable. Like in my mind, that's a good question. So you could use it like as a weapon in hand. Oh, you guys are making me. Maybe don't try to combine them. Yeah. It's gonna be the most advanced RPG ever. So I'm trying not to get too crazy. I think equipable is what I'm gonna go with though. But maybe it would be Yeah. You guys are making me rethink my life choices. Maybe we should do like instead just make, maybe we shouldn't make an RPG. This is a common question I get with a lot of my students though, is like, oh, I've been trying to make this thing, and their player has like 10,000 variables. It has like a weapon variable and a shield variable, and then they keep adding stuff to the player class rather than like breaking it down. Yeah, so I think that a lot of these things here would be, so maybe like you have equipment that can be put in different slots, right? So that's an interesting thought here is, so my idea though is that you have different equipment slots. And so an armor that could have an effect that does damage, is it part of the attack? If it's part of the attack, that would be part of the, like some sort of modifier that it adds to, it'd be like has a damage bonus attached to it. So it'd be like a property that is attached to that thing. And I don't think it's actually part of the, like some sort of, yeah. So I'm not entirely sure. So equipable might be a thing that has like an interface at like public attributes, right? So something that you can wield has an attribute that gets, and one of the attributes might be like combat modifier, like attack modifier, defense modifier. And so you have a list of attributes that this thing happens to add, rather than creating an interface for all of these different things. Well, if you're wearing it, it gives you that effect, is the idea. Whereas the idea of making it a wieldable isn't bad though, because I'm not against the idea of a wieldable, but I still think wieldable would be an equipable, because we want it to have an equipment type. It goes into like a specific spot, but a wieldable specifically is like a weapon. So like it has an attack attribute on it. And so, the weapon has a damage amount. Armor's not going to have a damage amount. That's just something I'm going to say is like you're not attacking with your armor. Instead, you might have some sort of effect that gets added. But I'm trying not to get too crazy with this RPG here. It's a prototype specifically for, teaching someone how would I build up this thing. That said, I'm good. Equipable is so commonly misspelled on the internet. We're going with 2 P's. Now does that look weird? Now that looks weird. Oh boy. All right, maybe we're going with 1P. I'm gonna leave it with 1P. Yeah, hate me if you want. We're gonna go with 1P. Remove will remove an item if it is equipped. If the one is equipped in that slot. Although de-equip. What is it called? Yeah. I think I'm just gonna keep it remove, equip and remove. I know remove, maybe de-equip. Unequip. There we go. Unequip. Player should have the ability to modify it. Well, what does the player have the ability to modify? Put it behind the language features. Yeah. Okay, I understand. You have the ability to modify what we're calling it. Well, the person who's playing the game is not going to see this. This is like what the programmer is going to see. We can still make it so in the interface it says don armor. It just happens to call the equip method. Or, doth armor calls the unequip method. I'm cool with that. But the idea of being able to put something into an item slot, I'm calling equip, and to remove something from an item slot, I'm calling unequip. So I like that. I do like in the language settings having it be that way though. Okay, so this is sort of the interface I want. And because we are trying to do good practices, this really should be, an I equipment, and has this as the interface. Even if we're only gonna have a single implementation of it, it gives us the ability later to change it if we use it as an interface. It gives us the ability to change it more easily. In a way, what did I break? Must declare a body. Oh, interface. All right, and then we'll have a subclass called, equipment. But this would be, the idea is like, well, maybe I have a different type of thing for player equipment and for, you know, character equipment, that sort of thing. So this is an I equipment, and maybe it should be called like an equipment manifest. So, you know, equipment manifest. What do people think about that? So the word, I'm not sure if I like equipment. I kind of like equipment manifest, because it's sort of like what your character happens to be, you know, wearing at the time. Someone yell at me if they think that is a horrible name for that. All right, let's make sure things are compiling. And then we can make a, you know, player equipment manifest. So the player character has an equipment manifest that they use, whereas a monster might have a different manifest that they use. But we'll create a base implementation just called equipment manifest. And it's going to implement this. And it doesn't like it. Oh, because I didn't implement it. Okay. So the idea here, we'll have just like a base behavior and then the subclass. So we want these to actually be virtual. So that way our player, I don't think we need to make is equipped virtual. The one that really needs to be there is equip, because we might want to subclass it into saying like, oh, well, you know, player might not be able to equip that thing. All right. Yeah. Question, what do people think about equip? So if you already have something in that slot, you want to swap it out. So I'm slightly thinking that this method returns an iEquipable that is null if the slot, if nothing was swapped with it, but it returns the thing that was swapped out. Is that a bad design in that regard? Or potentially I could make it have an out here that returns a thing that was there before. All right, but we'll go with our base implementation. That's fine, Smab. I appreciate it though. So the idea with the equipment manifesto is just that it has the that is maybe it should be equipment, and I'm just being overly sensitive. Yeah. All right, but anyway, let's proceed here. The idea is under the hood, there's going to be a dictionary from equipment type to equipment to iEquipable. So it's going to be the thing that is equipped in that slot. And this is what I'm calling this is the actual manifest. So this might actually be called, this is why I'm you know, equipment here, and we got to import this. And it kind of turns out, because of serialization and Unity, I'm not going to be able to mark this as read-only. I would really like this to be read-only like this, but because of the way I need to do serialization with Unity, I won't be able to make that read-only. So I do have to make this, unfortunately, part of like an initialization process. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately. Oh, can I make it read-only? I think I actually can make it read-only. No, because I need to be able to initialize it in a non-constructor. Yeah. Unity's like serialization service does some kind of weird bytecode injection rather than reflection for constructing these things on deserialization. Okay, so is equipped is easy. It becomes equipment dot has dot contains key type. Okay. And unequip is going to remove that key. Equipment dot remove type. Does this throw an exception? Oh, I'm surprised that there's not documentation on that. Let's go look it up. Let's go look it up here. What is that? C# dictionary remove. Removes the value with the specified key. Removes the value with the specified key from the dictionary and copies the element value parameter. So this true if the element is successfully found and otherwise false. Okay. Yeah, so this is nice because it sort of meets our guidelines of what we wanted it to do. So this just becomes a delegate, I guess. Delegate might not be the right word, but basically a derived method. Equipped. So this is where we would do if equipment dot, we'll do try, equipment dot try get value, type out equipable value, or equip. So you would end up having different. Ooh, no, it doesn't support that Malinfet. So you would probably have a slot called ring, like left ring, right ring. So you've identified something that I need to do. Here is so it's a sort of definition. So equipable is like the definition. It's not an actual instance of that thing. In fact, you know, it's sort of like a blueprint for what you could have in that slot. So when you ask equipment type, I think you're referring to this here. So equipment type is the possible slots you could have. So Malinfit points out that, well, what if I have ring, like left ring, right ring? So this would be like, well, what slots can this thing go into? And so in iEquipable, I actually think this needs to be a list of equipment type, which says these are the potential slots that this item can go into. Right. But, you know, again, I'm trying to keep it simple. So in the case of our game, we might, so you might also have a type that, here's what you would do. You would accessory would be like a catch-all, right? So you'd have an accessory type. And then in your iEquipment, you'd have a special thing that says like, this is our equipment type to iEquipable. And you could potentially have like this support a list of accessories. So some good holes that are being poked here, which I like. So there's like different ways you could do it. It depends on how you want to deal with it. And so if these equipment type happens to be like a slot where you can actually put something, we need to like consider that. For simplicity's sake, I'm gonna to limit it to, because I don't want to make the most expansive RPG ever. I don't want to write into a hole either, but we have weapon and armor and accessory. So I'm going to say that you have specific slots, and so if you wanted to have a slot, you'd say like ring accessory, that sort of thing. But the iEquipable might need to return like that it has multiple equipment types. So this thing could go into different slots. That's a good point. Yeah, MJT. So MJT asks about inventory. The answer is yes. Ideally, you'll have an inventory, and your inventory supports holding items. So like you use an item, and it just so happens that equipable extends items. So anything that's an item can go in your inventory, but not everything that can go in your inventory can be equipped. So that's the idea there. Okay. But yeah, I think we're gonna stick with equipment type is a slot in the inventory. Yeah, and so if you wanted multiple, you'd have accessory 1, accessory 2, accessory 3. And then I think to solve that problem, our iEquipable equipment type should be a list here. Because you might be able to put it into any of those slots. So I think this needs to be a list, which is going to tell us down for weapon. This just happens to be a new list with just one possible. I not do that? Where's my Unity? Is that a real error? Let's fix this real quick. Return null. So when we equip something, we have to also take in the slot, the position we're trying to equip it to, which is slightly annoying. Interesting. Does not contain addition for weapon and no accessible. Oh, is this because I'm in an older version of equipment type? Yeah, I think this just has to do with, I think I have to make this a get. add in here equipment type. Yeah, it's imported. I think we're in this namespace. Okay, clearly we're not. So let me do this. All right, hang on. Let me have, because I had equipment type. Equipment type that weapon. What is... Venture.equipment. Slightly boggled here. Let's go back in time. What did I have here? It let me have this previously. So it's okay with this. But did I in I-equipable, did I do something weird? This is so peculiar to me. It wants it to be I-equipable.equipment type. Do I have... It seems to be the name. Well, one is the variable name and one is the like enum name. So it's interesting here. Yeah. If I did it that way, now it's okay. Yeah, you're right. It's just so... I understand. I understand what's going on. It's because I have, you know, okay. It took, my brain couldn't wrap itself around it. This variable name is just poor. Because this is plural now, so it should be types rather than equipment type. Okay. Okay. Woof. I thought I was going insane there for a second. Okay. Thank you. That was making me crazy. I don't know if I'm on like a huge delay, Smab. I think I might be on a pretty big delay for you. So I apologize if there's a horrible delay. I never know. Okay. There we go. Oof. Yeah, I think it's a big delay, so sorry about that. Sometimes it's bigger than others. I need to get a line, 15 seconds, yeah. I need to get a landline that can go all the way to my router, which happens to be far away, and then I'd have a little bit better luck. If I'm on the right, I'm on the right one. Okay. There we go. So I think this makes sense. These are the types. So now we're going to get into like weird things where it's like, okay, what about two-handed weapons? Should it go in both? You know, do you have two slots, one for left hand, one for right hand? Does it take up both? So there's some madness in that regard as well. But I think, yeah, I don't want to think about that too hard right now. Although maybe I should. Because then the equipment type's going to tell us what's in there. I think I want to change this from equipment types to equipment slots. And this becomes slots. This is where this thing can go. These are the different slots it can go in. And I honestly, we'll call this equipment slot. And I think I might just be over engineering this. Maybe in my game, for simplicity's sake, it makes sense that we don't go in multiple slots. But I know people are going to want to do that. So like, how do you do a two-handed weapon? It should go in both. Yeah, so we'll have weapon here, and then you could potentially have a subclass that's like two-handed weapon that, you know, can go in either. We'll leave it this way for now. Okay, where was I? I had my equipment manifest, which tells us what is in each slot. And when we equip something, we need to also specify the equipment slot. So this added like the complexity here. Yeah, MJT, that's exactly where like there's some complexity here. So when we go to equipment, you say what slot it is in, and it's going to tell us whether or not the thing was equipped, and so it might just have an error message that says like, oh, can't equip to that slot. So if to equip dot slots dot contains slot, and in fact, when I say if it doesn't contain it, then we return false. Okay. And for the is equipable, I don't want to get overly complex with this, but so we have slots. So these are just possible slots. You almost need like a slot combination. So in addition to equipment slot, it's like, okay, well, most things will go in one slot, but you might have something that occupies two. So like a dual wielding thing here. So we might need to redefine like rather than having a list of equipment slots, it's like a list of slot combinations. Or have a thing here that says like occupies multiple, and it says how many of the slots it needs to take up. Yeah, so like I can think here public bool use all slots, right? So then you can specify the slots, and so this thing needs to use all of them. So like now, so here's the thing. So like, let's say you had some armor that was also a weapon. So it's like you have some sort of suit you can get into that actually occupies all the things. Like it uses all the slots. So it comes down to like, what do we want to force here, and are we putting ourselves in a hole? We kind of are in some ways. So maybe it makes sense for iEquipable to have a method that is rather than slots, we have this sort of idea of can equip, and you give it the slots you'd like to put it into. So without getting, again, it comes down to like, at the end of the day, what do we need this thing to be able to do? So this is why Smab gave me the great suggestion of like, I should draw out exactly, I need to understand my problem a little bit better to be able to define this, right? And so do I want what do I want here? I gotta think a little bit about it. So with dual wielding, it's gonna take up both. You know, you can't, essentially it's like you can't use a shield if you're dual wielding, or if you have a two-handed weapon. Yeah, so it's almost like you need this idea of an equipment requirement, which tells you, you know, where it can go. Yeah, I think so. So I think you almost have this idea of requirements that must be met to equip it. And so we might have a bool here called or a method check requirements, and we pass in a, you know, player character, but so like an equipable that knows whether or not a specific player can use it without getting into the details of like the nitty gritty of it. So it's an interesting thought here. And I really need to define an I character. So I'm going to do that real quick. We're going to define an interface for characters, and we're going to make our player character implement that. I character. All right, and so right now our character has just these things. So these are the properties of an I character. And that makes, if we do it that way, now we can have I character. Okay. And I just haven't finished this yet. Yeah, so this makes it so that we can't have like a generic equipment manifest, because now it should be based on the character themselves. All right, so this is, I think, making a little bit more sense. This should take in an I character. Meets requirement. So something that can be equipped, you can check whether or not someone meets the requirements for it. This doesn't solve the problem of like what slots it occupies, like if it's occupying multiple slots. And now we don't have like an equipment manifest here. This is going to have to be like a player, you know, a player equipment manifest, player character, or a character equipment manifest. So this thing will have a character associated with it as well. Character. All right. So now we know we'll be able to check the requirements. And so we can sort of basically say, all right, when you go to equip this thing, you know, if you don't meet the requirements, one of the requirements would be like, do you have enough slots available for it? And okay, all right, so now we're working through this. So these are slots. So these are like the places it can go. So this is where you can like click and drop it into. And then the other one, all right, so the other one will be occupies. So this will be the slots that it actually takes up. So these are the slots that it'll occupy. These are the slots that you can click and drop it into. And this will be the set of slots that when it is equipped actually takes up all of those spaces. Okay, so I think that will help us get through this. And we got a bunch of things going on here. So like our weapon now. Yeah, we're not gonna. So yeah, so I guess that would make sense then. But that would end up changing like our equipment slots to be different a little bit. Although, yeah, so then you could have a, you know, equipment manifest. Yeah, so I think this sort of helps out in that regard. Equipment slot. So yeah, you could have a different type of manifest here. So this is interesting. Let's have this rebuild. I renamed it. It's an interesting little like, you know, in some ways a logical problem that we're going through here. Equipment. All right, I've modified way too many things. Occupied. Right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have left hand, right hand. These are our equipment slots. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That would be under our ability. So right now we have like perception, but originally I had named perception intuition, but I didn't like that it started with INT like intelligence. So the idea is you would add different, it would be part of your ability scores here. And then in our role modifier, you would say, okay, with some types of, you know, you create a role that adds a modifier to it. So if you're going to add dexterity, that's where you'd say, okay, adds in your intuition to that roll. So then you have the ability roll, which you'd say, okay, when this thing happens with these specific things. All right, I'm getting equipment slots. This can go in left hand or equipment slot dot right hand. Doesn't solve my problem actually. So it can go to left hand, right hand. Maybe this becomes an integer for my I-equipable. I'm gonna make this an int that tells us slots required. So it's going to tell us how many slots we need to do it in that regard. All right, so that's just, this is how I'm going to define it. You have an equipment slot, so you have left hand, right hand, and you have a slots required, which is going to specify how many of those slots you need. And I'm not going to go through and make it like infinitely customizable, because that's going to drive me crazy and make things like kind of, in a lot of ways, really quite complex. But yeah, we can still do it with like a meets requirement on our character. And so our character is going to end up having an equipment manifest, so we could potentially check if it meets the requirements to wear it. We can say, well, you can only wear this if you're also wearing some other ring. So this ring, you know, the ring of power lets you equip things that do stuff. And so what we'll do is, when you take something off, you have to go through and check, do I still meet all the requirements? Okay, I think I'm making some progress logically here, thinking through this. I appreciate having everyone throw their ideas at me. I really do. This is really helping me think through it. Like normally, if you were developing on a team, you'd talk with your team about these things, saying, okay, well, what are the requirements? What do we need things to be able to do here? So you guys are acting as my team, and that's awesome. I need to be able to credit you guys, I think. Yeah, my equipment manifest. This is going to take in the equipment slot that we're trying to equip it to. So you don't just equip something, you try to equip it to a specific slot. And then it sort of tells you whether or not you can equip it. And part of me thinks like maybe I should define like a results type that has like tells us, you know, why you weren't able to equip it, but I'm not gonna get too complex there yet. I equipable to equip slot and MJT, 99% of people who do game development have a finished Pong game and a half-finished RPG game. Exactly. So, you know, how do we... And it's because of things like this, the challenges. Slot... required... What is it? Slots required. And we'll make this take 1 by default. And we're missing something here. There we go. By default, we're just gonna have weapons by default meets, you know. True. You know, a base weapon, yeah, we can equip it. We might have to... For two-handed weapon, we can only equip it if you're not already wielding another weapon. Or if that slot happens to be free. So maybe we should set this to one-handed. Well, I kind of want it to be weapon. So I don't want to have to repeat this. So weapons go left hand, right hand. Slots required one. This is where like an abstract class almost makes sense. Because it's going to define those things. And then we say that these are abstract. What did I eat? Oh, I have to say that this is a get. So then we would have like a one-handed weapon and a two-handed weapon. I like this. This is one-handed weapon. And this just goes to our base, name, cost, damage. We still need these. But we don't have to define this. And slots required is 1. And this is true. We just meet the requirements. Okay. One-handed weapon. Override. Override. It would definitely be different than weapon. So like you wouldn't, you would still be able to equip. So this is the whole thing you guys made me realize. It'd be left hand, right hand, but it would no longer be a weapon. So a shield wouldn't have a damage roll to it. It might have like a bash damage roll added to it, but you could potentially have a two-handed shield, and then its meets requirements is essentially related to it being two-handed. So by default, our one-handed thing is going to say, yeah, we can equip this by default. And I foresee potential of like, okay, well, then we have like a class called like special weapon, and we'll have like a meets like a requirements class that can check requirements for us, but this one's going to be two-handed weapon. And okay, so I'm falling into a trap here, so I'm going to stop myself here. I should favor inheritance. Sorry, don't favor inheritance. I should favor composition over inheritance. I'm falling into a trap here where all of my different types of weapons are going to have their own subclasses. Where instead I should make a requirements class. Right? So instead of having this, I should really have a class that is like a requirements class. that has the function meets requirements on it. This is where sketching this out on paper would be far better. So we have an I requirement. So our equipment needs to, you will have a requirement, various requirements associated. So requirements can even be composed with each other. So public interface I requirement. Okay. And this is going to have a single thing that says bool meets requirement. Meets requirement. And this is going to take in an I character. Okay. So it's going to basically, given a character doesn't meet the requirement here to do it. And so then our equipable has a list of I requirements that we can check whether or not they are met. So this, again, favoring composition over inheritance. You're gonna, if I kept doing that inheritance thing, I'm gonna run into a trap where I can no longer, where every single different weapon becomes its own class, and that's not something that we actually want. And it's interesting. It's always fascinating to me because we often teach inheritance very, like as a very mechanical thing. And it's really easy to fall into that trap of, you know, using inheritance. So there's like very specific instances where inheritance is actually pretty good. And it usually has to do with like, well, I need to be able to like have a different, you know, parsers is a good idea. It's like, you know, you have a generic, and then again, that's just sort of like an interface. I don't know if that's a good example or not. So now we have a list of requirements. And so now we're going to take in an optional argument here that lists I requirement. All right, and so it makes me think that slots required could potentially go into it, but I'm not 100% sure. All right. So I think I don't want weapon to be abstract. Instead, I have a lot of things open here. Let's close these. So rather than doing slots required, these are the potential slots you can put it in. So this is where you can try and drop it. And then the requirements will tell us whether or not we can actually go into that position. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking this far better. So public list I requirement. Requirement is going to be a copy of our requirement list. So we have to have a private field to track these. Private lists of I requirements. Okay. And I'm going to use link here. And in my actual project, I might not, but we want to be able to, you know, I want to just be able to copy it easily this way. So in my project, I might not include this in this way, but requirements is just going to be gets back a copy. So this is just going to make a copy. So anyone who's learning C#, link is your friend. This, if you do this on something, it makes a copy of it. So now we have all the requirements. So when we actually go to equip something, okay, I like this. I'm liking this more. And I just want to thank everyone for continuing to throw out ideas and poke holes in my program. Backseating is totally welcome. It makes me better. It makes me better. So I appreciate it greatly. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. All right, let's see here. So now we have the equipment manifest. This is the slot we'd like to do. Put it in. And when we equip or unequip something, there's like a result that could happen. It could cause other items to be unequipped if you no longer meet those requirements. So it's like a really interesting thing here now. We have like this bullet that says, well, if you remove that thing, you have to remove all these other things as well. And so this should actually, I think, go into character.equipment. And this should now be using adventurequest.equipment. Okay. So the first thing we check is, are we trying to equip it to one of the valid slots? And honestly, this should be a set. So rather than a list, I'm going to make this a hash set. And the list, we can have a list of requirements. So this is going to break this here. So we'll do that. Work, but it ends up being the same. Make sure everything else is sort of happy still. Okay. Working through this sort of design process. Maybe on paper would have been better for sure. So SMAB, I might in the future, I might actually start doing these on like draw it out on paper, even live, just thinking through this stuff. But for me, a lot of times too, when I start connecting the, writing the code and getting the types to talk to each other, it informs it. But if I did it by hand, it might be a little bit more, a little bit better as well. So now I can have like a some requirements, say like one-handed, two-handed, requirements like that. So my weapon, you would give it a list of requirements, and the default requirement is that it's just there are none, right? So we might even make a alternate constructor here. Oh, we don't need an alternate constructor. I just do a default. Oh, can I not do that? I guess it can't. Default param values must be compile time constants. Okay. So I'll make an alternate constructor here. That's just name, cost, ability roll, damage. That's going to call this with name, cost, damage, and then a new list. So no requirements to use it by default. The requirements are essentially that you're going to swap it with whatever's in that slot. Yeah. And I can just put this over here. My formatter say that it was okay? Yeah. Make a copy of that list. Probably want to make sure that the elements in the list aren't null, which is slightly annoying. All right. So now when we actually go to equip something, yeah, we check that we have that slot, and then we want to check that our character meets all the requirements. So I'm going to say for each requirement in to equip dot requirements if requirement dot meets requirement. Oh, this is interesting. Character. So if it doesn't, we're gonna say if it doesn't meet the requirement, we return false. Otherwise, we return true, and we actually equip this thing into that slot. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is part of the requirements. I think I'm gonna make it so that the requirements are that, oh, well, the position you're trying to equip it to can't be occupied. I've got to think about this a little bit. Can we equip it? If we can, we return false. Sort of requires us to so the idea is, when I equip this thing, what slots does it actually, so we're trying to put it into an equipment slot. This I think is sort of like, we're going to say we're going to put it into these slots, right? So the idea is you actually want to say, I need to equip it to multiple slots. And so a two-handed weapon, you wouldn't ever just call it equip on a single slot. So you actually have to tell which slots you're trying to equip it to. Yeah, because that makes sense, because a two-handed sword doesn't actually equip to a single slot, it equips to two slots. And so you have to, you might need to specify multiple slots, even though in the interface the user clicks in a single slot. There'll have to be a thing in the interface that says, okay, well, if I'm using a two-handed weapon and I'm dropping it on this specific slot, the user is actually trying to equip it into both slots. So this manifest, we're going to try and equip a thing, but we actually have to say which slots we're equipping it to. So we're actually going to want to try and equip it to multiple slots. Interestingly enough, it's not letting me do my import here. I think it's just because it can't compile. Who knew an RPG would be so complex? And honestly, I probably need to simplify this if I want my students to implement something like this. So the version I have my students implement might not be quite this. MJT, yeah. Well, so let me say, who knew just equipment could be so complex? But if you wanted to write yourself into a hole, and so part of me feels like, oh, I'm making this way too broad, and what I should probably do is only have equipment that fits in a single equipment slot. There's no dual wielding. There's no two-handed weapons just go in your weapon slot, and then there's You know, so this is growing quite a bit. Daggers for everyone, exactly. But yeah, this is now going to take in a list of equipment slots, and we need to make sure that the thing that we're equipping meets all of those slots. Yeah, I think this is right. So equipment slot in to equip dot slot. If it doesn't contain that, we return false, right? So, and then if we can equip it, we actually need to remove those things. So I think the requirements are actually going to tell us for a character and slots, essentially. Thinking it through here. To equip the slots, has to be able to go into all of the slots that we're trying to equip it to. We have to meet all of those requirements, and then essentially if we meet all the requirements, then for every slot, yeah, and then we loop through this again, and we actually set those slots to be this equipable thing. So equipment in slot is equal to to equip. So we actually put it into that slot. Okay. And so one of I think one of the things I'm going to say here is that if we try to equip something into a slot that's already occupied, we can't. So it has to be removed first. So additionally for each slot, if it doesn't contain it, if equipment dot has contains key slot, turn false. So you can't equip two things to the same slot. Okay. All right, so there's sort of that requirement that I'm gonna just add in here is that, well, you can't put two things in the same slot, and if you try to equip something, there's already something there, it's gonna say no, and there will just be, if you want to make the user interface nice, when the user goes to click that in there, it's actually gonna remove the stuff. It'll check the requirements, remove the stuff, and then do the equip for you. So this will tell us, the true says whether or not things were modified. Okay. Is equipped, no, iEquipable equipped. So it's going to tell us if something's in the slot. Yeah. All right, so I think this logic is making sense for me. So when we go to equip something, let's make sure this is compiling. Yeah, when we go to equip something, we cannot equip it if the slot is already full. We cannot equip it if the equipable says that, you know, that's it needs that slot. And slots and requirements. Almost feels like requirements now. Slots tells us a position, the positions it can fit into. Okay. Yeah. I think I like this. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you can have the same thing in multiple slots now. Given an equipment slot, it tells you if something's equipped there. So this will return equipable. I'm gonna go ahead and add this to my dictionary. All right, so if it's there, otherwise it returns null. So part of me feels like maybe this should be an exception, but it's going to return null. I'm going to add that to the documentation. Is equipped. And now when we unequip, we need to go through and say, okay, if this thing isn't equipped in multiple places, we need to remove it from all of those places. All right, so when we go to remove an item, and say out equipable removed. So then we're going to say if so if we remove something, the reference to it is removed, and we need to go through and say all the other slots. So for each equipment slot in slot in equipment dot keys, we're gonna go through and check, are there this should be, we can do a key value pair, equipable, oh, it's a pair, pair. We say if pair dot, this sucks because I can't modify it while I'm looking through it. All right, so we have to build up a set here. So this would be a hash set of equipment slots. So this is all the slots that this thing was equipped in. Okay, so for every slot this thing was equipped in. So what we can do is we can say equipped slots. All right. I think it will be helpful to have in here a private void unequip that takes an equipable to unequip, right? So this is going to be helpful for me to write here. And this is going to build up all of the slots that this thing has in it. And we loop through all of the keys and we say if pair dot value this is like a key value pair from equipment slot to equipable. And we're going to say if pair dot value is equal to unequipped equipped slot dot add pair dot key. So we want to get all the keys, all the slots that this thing is equipped in. So we have to go through all of them. Find each one that we need to unequip, and then we loop through all of these. So for each equipment slot slot in equipped slots, we actually do the removal. So this becomes equipment dot remove slot. All right. So now I have a thing that goes through. It says find all of the places this is equipped and remove it from all of those locations. So now here I can have a little simplified thing here that says if equipment dot try equipment dot remove, and we're going to pass in the type, and then this is going to tell us whether or not I equipable to remove. Wow, this is still awkward here. So I'm gonna do this. If it contains key type, that tells me that I need to remove it. All right, so we're gonna end up returning true because we removed something, but we're gonna call unequip with equipment at type. That's what we'll do here. So we say if something isn't equipped in this slot, we actually need to unequip from all slots, like that. So it makes sure it removes it all from everywhere. No, because it's actually checking if it's the exact same one. So I didn't do dot equals. So this is checking that it is the exact. So if you have two instances of it, it won't remove both. It'll only remove one. So this is just, yeah. So it won't remove two items the same because we're doing an equality, like not a this is a reference equality, saying is it the exact same one, not is it a reference to one. Yeah. Good question. Okay. Is equipped gives us that. Equip. Is equipped and unequipped. Okay. So we've sort of defined this in a way that you're forced to, in your interface, you need to do smart things because it won't actually let you equip something. It's going to tell you that it wasn't. This returns true if this modified the equipment manifest. I honestly want to make this thing be an I think I want equipped to be an exception if there's nothing in that slot, so you're required to check first. Because otherwise I'm gonna have like a null check later. So one way or another, I need to do an if is equipped, or I'm gonna have to do if equipped equals null. So I actually think I want to make this say that if equipment dot, okay, so we'll say if we're not is equipped type, we're gonna throw new system dot in operation exception. So invalid operation exceptions are thrown when you cannot, when the state of the thing you're calling it on is not in a valid state. Cannot no equipment in equipment slot. All right, so that's going to be the exception. That was interesting. Okay, let's close that there. And then otherwise, we can just pull it out. Equipment that at position type. So we're going to enforce, that's part of our interface here, is we're going to say that, well, you should only ever call this if you know for sure there is something there. Otherwise, it is an exception. Okay. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Again, thank you everyone for poking holes in my design. It's really, really important for me to be able to design this in a way that is, you know, relatively scalable, has relatively different, you know, options. So now the idea is, can I make, you know, a weapon manifest, right? Okay. Oh, make sure this compiles. I'm going to do a commit here because we've written a lot of code. But I feel like we've really massaged this out quite a bit and created something that's pretty, not perfect, probably not perfect, but reasonable. So start off by, we renamed equipment type to equipment slot. All right, so this is the first commit, chore or refactor, rename equipment type equipment slot. Okay. We also, our iEquipable we adjusted. Yeah, so this was a refactor. iEquipable. We refactor iEquipable to have slot requirements. All right, which also, now we have this iRequirement. Beat, add iRequirement interface. The order of this is probably not quite what we want, but that's okay. Then we added in a manifest. Refactor weapon to meet new iEquipable interface. We also added in this manifest here. So we have feature add iEquipment manifest / character equipment manifest. And we'll do a new line here. Basic implementation in character equipment manifest. And then feat implement iCharacter or add iCharacter / attach / player character implements iCharacter. Okay, so got our changes in there committed. That's good. Making some progress here. At 3 hours and 30, I took a break about a little over an hour ago. All right, let's look at where I am on my goals for today. Equipment class, what equipment does the player have equipped? I'm pretty close to having this. I want to go for another 30-ish minutes. So I think I'm going to take a very, very quick break. I need to get some water. I'm not going to get another coffee, but I'm going to get water because I'm out of water here. Do a little quick stretch. And then I want to, in my character class, I need to add in a character equipment manifest and see if I can actually construct a weapon and like, you know, read a little test that lets me actually equip the weapon. So I'm going to take a very, very quick break. I'm hoping 90 seconds. I'm hoping it'll be a 90-second break, and I'll be back shortly. All right, I am back. Rave. I think you're saying see you soon to me taking a break, but if not, have a beautiful day. I'll see you. I'll see you soon. Hopefully I'll see you streaming. Kyle Bass, thank you for the follow. Happy Thursday, my friend. Anyone that doesn't know, Rave is like a real game developer. I'm not a real game developer. I'm a wannabe game developer. Rave's a real game developer. Let's see if I can actually give a shout out here. Okay, it's gonna let me do shout outs here this time. Shout out to Rave. Rave's making a space trucking, like a space trucker game. It looks awesome. So check him out on Twitch if you get a chance. Really, really cool stuff. Awesome. Rave, are you doing all the graphics yourself? The graphics I saw look beautiful. Core, happy Thursday, my friend. Welcome. It's good to see you again. We are here regretting making an RPG because it turns out RPGs are like horribly complex, and I'm making it way overly complex. And my students are never going to be able to do this particular implementation. So regretting doing an RPG. It may turn into that the project that they do is literally just a dice roller and then a character creation screen. I think that's where this project's going to stop, because otherwise we're going to be working on it for years. So Core, we are regretting our decisions to make an RPG as a project. That's not to say that I'm not going to keep working on it here for at least a little while longer, but we almost have an equipment system in place. Yeah, eye enumerators are good stuff, man. Trying to make state machine not complex. But yeah, so I'm trying to teach like relatively good practices, and it's like, well, I think I need to really limit the scope. I need to say, okay, well, in this specific game, our equipment's gonna meet this little thing. I guess the rule for you that I know is on roll. Keep things simple. Yeah, this is definitely where things go wrong. People here poking holes in what I'm doing. Like, well, what if you want two-handed weapons? What if you want to, also have shields? What if you also want to have this? I'm like, okay. So I've slowly refactored this, massaged it, made it. So now we have like what I would call a relatively extensible equipment manifesting, but it's like my students are never going to be able to implement this version, right? And so, but it's good to know about this version of it and how it works. And then I'd be like, okay, well, we're going to simplify it down for distill it, and then talk about, I might have a little thing in there saying, well, we're doing this, and you might be complaining that, well, we can't do this, and be like, well, there's a lot of complexity in that. And you don't want to just jump in by adding if statements everywhere to manage it. Instead, you want to have a nice design that says, okay, well, can I meet this requirement? Can I meet that requirement? At that point, you need all of your requirements. And so we're going to start at the very beginning saying, well, here are the requirements. This is how the inventory system is going to work in our adventure game. All right. And so we've gone horribly overboard for what I'm trying to accomplish, but it's good to have spent the time to do it. I think, though we are having regrets. We are having regrets because we've made it not as far as we had hoped we would make it. All right, so we review what we're working on here. My sign-on, my goals, create an equipment class. And this has become equipment manifest. All right, so you have an equipment manifest, and now we're going to make it so that a player has an equipment manifest, or not a player, but a character. So we have this I character. All right, and so now we're going to say that an I character has an I equipment we have to import. Oh, this is interesting. Adventure quest.character.equipment. Can I do this? I think we can have cyclical things like that. Public. Oh, it's part of equipment anyway. Equipment. Equipment manifests. Equipment. Yeah, it is complex. It is complex. But it's interesting to explore that complexity. All right, so we have an equipment manifest. And so now my player character is going to be like, hey, wait a minute. Got an equipment manifest. Well, you do. And so we're going to say that we got to refactor this here. We're going to move. We're supposed to put properties after your constructor, fields above your constructor. And so our player happens to have an equipment manifest. So equipment character. Ooh, this is interesting. So this is going to be a equipment manifest equipment like that. Okay, but more specifically, when we initialize this, we need to make it that equipment is equal to a new player equipment manifest, and we call it a player character equipment manifest, and the character that we're doing it on happens to be us. And this one is from the namespace. It's just called a character equipment manifest. And this should really be in, player character. Really, this should probably be called character. If I'm following good naming conventions, this folder should be character. And then I should have a new folder called equipment and a new folder called dice, and we put character equipment into the equipment one, and we put ability roll into dice, and we probably broke everything, so we go and we make sure surely this doesn't have a constructor that accepts a character, so it's going to complain. But we're going to go back over here, see how many compiler errors we've generated. Quite a few, I imagine. Yes, quite a few. Actually not too many. We got warnings because we didn't move our metadata with it. But only one compilation error, which I knew about already. I knew this was going to be an issue. And so this one becomes a public character equipment manifest, and we take in the character, that we're going to be attaching this thing to. And so character becomes that thing. Well, we can make this one. I think we make this read only. And so then we got to work on serializing and deserializing the equipment manifest. So that way your character's equipment needs to be able to move with them. Which it shouldn't be too hard to do, but we should write some tests for it for sure. And we should do some just checks here. If character equals null. This is... These things are like tightly coupled together. Yeah, okay. Character is null. Throw argument null system.argument null exception. So the argument null except I'm just saying like we cannot make an equipment manifest without a character. Is this a terrible design that I'm doing here? No, I don't think so. I think we need to have this. We do kind of want to have a check if you're saying like, okay, well, this is interesting. I'm just like, I'm not sure. I'm running into the, I'm having a thought here. It says, okay, well, I have this equipment, it says it takes a character. What happens if we accidentally create two manifests and we give the same character to both of them? Does that matter? I don't know that that actually matters. What matters is that a character only has one manifest, but that manifest should be registered to that character, right? And so we're ensuring that here. The alternative approach would be you pass a character in, which doesn't make sense to me, because then it's like we're checking against some random manifest. Yeah, I think this is sort of what we're doing. I kind of want to make it so every character can only have one manifest. Every character can only have one manifest, like this. Okay, I think this makes sense. I got myself a little knotted up there for a second, but I think we got this here. We can't do it on a null character, so character equipment character equipment manifests must be registered to a character, but character, registered to a character, and then the name of this, since it's a null argument exception, we can get from that the argument was null. Can it be used? Oh, throw new. All right, there we go. Do that. And once it's set, it's set. So this thing sets it like that. Sets it like this. And so we are going to serialize this field, which means that we kind of need to make this serializable as well, because it's not going to serialize if we don't. So we sort of have to have, and again, in Unity, Unity doesn't like to serialize these. And then that also means I-equipable. All right, so there's actually a nightmare of stuff that we had. So serialization here actually is a quite a bit complex, because now all of these things have to be serializable. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's where we're at with it. It compiles. We've added it there. I'm gonna add it. I need to add this to my to-dos. I had some other to-dos in here as well. To-dos. Bug in character creator with modifiers greater than, this is still a bug. Oh, my keys stopped working. Gotta give VS Code a second to catch up. There it goes. Oh, it's still doing something. Why don't I access that? There it goes. Fascinating. It's weird when it does that. I don't quite understand what causes it. To-do list. We'll create a section called bugs. Known bugs. And then this is just like a nice to-do list. One, not necessarily nice, so things that have to happen. In this case, equipment / manifest / related classes should be serializable. So we need to go through and figure out how to serialize them. So that's the to-do that we're going to add in there. All right. Where are we at? Why do I have so many? Ugh, I moved things around. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna come in here. We're gonna say that this is a refactor. Oh, what isn't it? Refactor. Created adjusted directory structure. This is more of a chore. It's not a refactor. Directory structure to match namespaces. Okay, so we adjusted the directory structure to match the namespaces here. We also did this thing here, but it's a little bit of a work in progress. Am I on a development branch? Yeah, I am. So I want to I think I need to write a test about how the equipment is actually attached to the player. So in our test, all right, so we need to be able to construct new weapons and stuff. So player, oh, this will be in model. And it should be a character. And it's really like our equipment manifest test. So new folder, equipment. And this is gonna be our new file. Character equipment manifest test. A long name. That's okay. We'll still this to start out here, as well as our description here. Okay. And this is going to be our character equipment manifest test. And it should be in the namespace adventure character.equipment. Okay. So we want to test the various things that we said we wanted to be able to do. That's slightly fascinating because it should be part of the end unit. Oh, it's because I have it on class. All right. So this should be on public void. We're testing different types of weapons, and so it's along the lines of, you know, can I wield one weapon? Can I wield two weapons? Can I wield a two-handed weapon? Yeah. So we're gonna test. Well, now we have to like add in a class for the requirements. Test one-handed requirement. Yeah, we've gone crazy here with our manifests. Now I don't actually have any instances of these things. Test equip weapon. All right. So we're gonna do the following. We're gonna see if we can equip left hand, right hand, and sort of our weapon requirements should actually. All right. So now if I go over to my model, actually, so I might. I moved everything into character. That's fascinating. I'm just matching my name spacing. Player character. We have equipment. Make sure this compiles now. Okay, so in our equipment, we have like this idea of a requirement, and a weapon. The default requirement actually is going to be like that you're not wielding any other weapons. And then we might add in, so we're going to add in a weapon requirement by default that you can override here if you want to add additional requirements. But by default, it's a single requirement here. And the requirement is going to be that that you're not wielding another weapon, that both your left hand and right hand, not necessarily you're not wielding another weapon, but that your left hand or right hand neither of them are occupied with a weapon. Yeah. So let's create a file here. Actually, there's going to be multiple types of requirements going on. So this should be requirement. There's going to be a new namespace here for requirements. And this is going to break some stuff. And this is, you know, I do think I'm getting overly complex, but we're gonna keep exploring it here for the time being. And then I'm gonna go for my students. I'm definitely gonna simplify it. It's been a fun thought experiment. All right, so we have these requirements. And so I'm gonna make some like standard requirements. So one of the requirements. So I'm gonna create a new requirement called weapon requirement, and a weapon requirement. Oh, this is kind of cool. So we have a weapon requirement, and then we'll have a two-handed weapon requirement. So like weapon will have a base requirement. So public, all right, let's put this in the requirements namespace here. All right, so weapon requirement, public class weapon requirement, I requirement. Okay, so there's just like a basic weapon requirement that says by default you can only have one weapon equipped, and what we could do later on is we could add a thing in here. If we end up adding in like the ability for dual wielding, you would modify this weapon requirement here to say, okay, you can only have one weapon equipped unless you have the dual wield requirement ability. Let's import that. All right. So what we do is we say, okay, character dot equipment dot we want to get, all right, so we kind of want to get a lit. So this is telling me that my manifest, my equipment manifest, I want to be able to get like all equipment. So we'll add in a public list of equipables. And this is just going to be equip. Can't do equipped. It's interesting here is it might make sense to return a pair of equipment, kind of like this, of of equipment slot slash like this. So slots and equipables, and this is going to be a list of everything you have equipped, and we get rid of this. So rather than passing in a thing and saying what's equipped there, you have this list of things that are equipped. And in fact, this could just be a dictionary. There we go. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And it needs to be a get. Okay. And so now we're going to come in here and we're going to fix. We're in the design process still, right? So we're going to come in, we're going to fix. We've broken our character manifest now. So we no longer have a an equipped thing. This is a property now. But it's essentially going to return a copy of this thing. Okay. So public dictionary equipment slot equipable. Yeah. This gets rid of that minor complexity there. Okay, equipment slot equipable. Goes to, can I do equipment? Since I already know I'm not going to be doing this with my students. My mouse just did something awkward. There we go. Using system.link. I'm curious here. Does equipment, does dictionary? Oh, I didn't give it a name. All right, so equipment dot to dictionary. So this, no overload for, I thought this might copy the dictionary. So we want to make a copy, but we don't want to give everything back. We don't want, because if we return this thing and it's not a copy, you can mutate it and break something on accident later. So we're gonna make it so this gives us back a copy. To dictionary dot key dot pairs. What's interesting here is, so let's look at what to dictionary is expecting. It's expecting an IEnumerable source. Okay. Okay, so it's expecting some arguments there. So it wants me to take, okay. Interesting. To dictionary. The thing that's coming in is the dictionary. It wants me to give it the key selector. Gotcha. So this would go from an element to elm.key. Let's look at the documentation real quick, because that wasn't, the types didn't help me there. Link C# to dictionary. To dictionary. The question is, let's look at the arguments here. A function that takes in a key value pair and returns a T key. So we're trying to match these types here. So in to dictionary has a function from key value pair of type equipment slot equipable to a T key, and our type this should be our selector. So I should be able to say pair goes to pair.key. But this is telling me cannot implicitly convert system cannot convert this to this, so that there's a type mismatch that is telling me possible here. Because this function works, but it's actually giving me back something that's not what I want. They're both dictionaries. One of them, the one that it's returning, is a dictionary from a slot to a key value pair. Oh. Oh, so the to dictionary isn't doing what I'm thinking it's doing. Okay. Are there any ones? Oh, and okay. So creates a dictionary T key T value. So I need to give it two functions. Okay. Pair dot value. There we go. So it says, all right, so there's this link thing that says to dictionary given something that you can iterate over, something that's enumerable. How do you, for each element, and how do you get a key, how do you get a value? So this is kind of cool. Now I learned something new here. So this will copy the dictionary, all the values in it out. So now we can get the equipped list. So a dictionary of all the things that are equipped. And then what we do is we iterate over all of those, the equipable sides, and you say, are any of these happen to be a weapon? If so, oh, you fail. So the weapon requirement, says, okay, get me all of your equipped things. So character.equipped, equipment.equipped. We get everything that the character has equipped, right? And we're gonna loop through it. We're gonna say for each equip in this, so we can loop over all of the values. Right, we don't care about the slots. Is that right? We don't care about the slots? Yeah, because we care that we can only wield a single weapon. This is just telling me I need to import this, I think. Could not be found. So this is going to be in our using adventure quest dot equipment. I think maybe it just needs to compile. Oh, it only has one P. Oh man, that double P is gonna kill me. All right, so it can only be equipped. All right, so we can only equip it if none of the other weapons happen to be a weapon. All right, so now we say if equipped is type is a weapon. I think it's a type of equipped. All right, so if it is a weapon, we return false. Otherwise, we return true. So we go through and we say the default requirement for a weapon is that you cannot have any other weapons equipped. So this rules out dual wielding, right? And so if we later wanted to add in that you have to be able to dual wield, yeah, so this is going to say we meet the requirement. You can't equip multiple weapons. All right. So now we have a weapon requirement. And this actually solves it for both our one-handed and two-handed weapons. Kind of. So actually, this is painful. This is painful. Regret. Like I said, regret. So I think there's a lot of regret going on here, because this still doesn't say like, okay, well, my two-handed weapon, how do we actually equip this thing, right? Yeah, so I have this problem that I have not particularly well defined. Haven't well defined exactly what I want to do, and that's led me down this path of maybe a little bit of insanity. But this should work. Two-handed weapons. Yeah, so I think our requirement, Stuart, thank you for watching over on YouTube. Happy Thursday, my friend. I'm prototyping right now, so I haven't planned out exactly what I do. So one of the things that's been nice about streaming it is I've been getting a lot of input from people on exactly like poking holes in what I'm doing. And so, you know, when I go to, so I'm creating a project for my students. And so the requirements that I have here are just like way too complex, but it's still nice to explore them. So that way, maybe some of my students might be advanced enough to do something like this, but it'll be nice of me to have this mental model of like, okay, how could you approach like a very dynamic system for equipment that can be really versatile? And the challenge is, okay, well, the equipment needs to go into a specific slot. And so this requirement, I actually need to say, okay, well, what slots are we trying to equip it to? So we're equipping to a character, as well as what slots we're going into. And so for so the basic weapon requirement here is saying you can't have more than one weapon equipped. And so for a two-handed weapon, it still would be this. You can't have two, but how does a two-handed weapon? Yeah, they know. It's one of the reasons I stream is so that my students can see the process. So a lot of young programmers. So Stuart asked, do your students know you go live? And the answer is yes. The students know I go live. It's one of the things that young programmers get frustrated and go, I'm never going to be able to remember all this stuff. I'm never going to be able to do this. And they see like some program projects I've put together and they go, how would I even come up with this from scratch? They struggle, everyone struggles to come up with it. And it's good to show them like, hey, look, come check out my process. If you're frustrated, go watch this, because you'll see I go through the same process, but how do I deal with it? I think that I go, okay, well, what do I want to have happen here? How does this thing work? And so it's important, I think, for especially young programmers to see the process. What is the design process? And right now we have this sort of a lack of requirements here is making this much more difficult to define. And so I'm sort of adding requirements as I go, and that's a bad idea. And so since I'm prototyping, it allows me to say, okay, well, I can actually give you the requirements up front, right? And so it's really, really important when you're building software. This is where like a prototype phase is really, really important, is you need to know that whatever you build the first time, you almost certainly need to be able to throw it away and start from scratch, because it's going to have flaws in what you do. And so like the initial system I was building, well, I couldn't have dual wielding. I couldn't have this thing. And, I actually think the version that I give to the project for my students, it's like, well, we're not going to support that. You're going to have a weapon and a shield slot. And you might have a requirement that says, well, you can't have a two-handed weapon and shield or something like that. But, we're going to, Yeah, so I don't know if I answered your question. I think I did. You asked, do you know your students go live, and I gave you quite a bit more. I don't mind if my students watch my streams. I think you might have been saying, are they worried about like stealing the answers? And the answer is projects are open-ended enough that you can't. Basically, it's hard to cheat in my classes because they're open-ended. I try and give creativity, and so I'm trying to give a basis for creativity here, and I'm trying to understand the problem better. So if some of my students want to do something like this, they can. And I was saying a little bit earlier that the regret I'm having is maybe an RPG is like way too complex, and the answer is that's not true. It's that a fully open-ended RPG is way too complex. But you can scope in your requirements, say, okay, well, the RPG is going to work this specific way. And I'm just working through right now, what are my design decisions in that respect. So I want to work through like, okay, if I do have, how would I do two-handed weapons? That seems like a really obvious thing that we might want to be able to do, right? So we have slots, and then meets requirement. So part of me is thinking that an easy way to do this is to say, so one thing we can put in here is in weapons have a field that says is two-handed. So a weapon can be one or two-handed. And there's a flag, there's a Boolean that says if it's two-handed, and this would solve my problem of how do we equip this? How do we know that we need to equip it to multiple slots? And so I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take this route, that a weapon equipped, slots are modeled in our equipment manifest. So equipped is a dictionary of equipment slots to equipables. So things that can be equipped and where they happen to be equipped. So what I'm saying in our weapon requirement is that when you go to equip something, I'm saying that you're only allowed to have one weapon equipped. You can only have one weapon. That's the rule. And so you can't have multiple weapons equipped. And the caveat to that may be that if you want to have an ability where a player can dual wield, you would put that in this weapon requirement. Beer Chug, happy Thursday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Cheers. Cheers to you too. Cheers to you. Story Girl, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Happy Thursday. Story Girl, I think, so if I recall correctly, Story Girl is working on a game jam. So thanks for popping in. They're a musician, I think musician / game developer. So definitely check them out if you're into game development. I am not really a game developer. Let me double check and make sure this is who I think it is. Yeah. So check out Story Girl if you can. They're working on a game jam. They're doing some 3D modeling stuff. Looked awesome. So yeah, happy Thursdays. Thanks for popping in. Okay, what are we doing here? Meets requirements. Yeah, so I think what I want to do to make it so that we can do dual wielding, and this is going to be sort of like an easy thing here, is we're just going to put in a flag that says one or two hands, and we're going to leave it at that. So player character, so then in the equipment guide requirements, we're just going to say one or two hands. But now in the character equipment, when you go to equip a two-handed thing, you specify in the interface will know in the user interface, it'll know that a weapon is two-handed, so it actually needs to send it to both the left hand and right hand slots. When you go to equip something, you're telling it, all right, which slots do I want to equip this thing to? Okay, so I think my solution here is to make a two-handed thing. Oh wow, Story Girl raiding me. Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard here. So, all right, since we just got a raid, let me add this Boolean in here real quick before I forget. Bool is two-handed. All right. And one of the things I might do actually is called is heavy. Is heavy might be better, but I'm going to go with is two-handed because, you know, you might have a requirement that lets you use a dual wield like two-handed weapons. That might be a possibility. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. So anyone who just got here, I'm Captain Coder. Welcome aboard. I am working on a prototype for a role-playing game. Yeah, so we're trying to figure out how we're doing equipment, and I've made it far more complex than it needs to be for what I want to accomplish. So I am a teacher. I'm in the process of building out a project for my students in which they're going to implement sort of the framework necessary to create an RPG game that's sort of modeled, I would say after Dungeons and Dragons more than anything, but modeled after tabletop role-playing games. And so I'm building this out here. If anyone wants to check out the project, I'd love feedback on it. adventurequest.captaincoder.org. It's not completely written. I'm working on writing it. The class, it's going to be an 11-week class here. But feel free to check that out. I'd love to get feedback if anyone wants to check it out. That'd be awesome. But they essentially, it's an object-oriented design class using Unity as sort of your interface for creating scenes. So it starts out and you model a die. You end up learning about dice notation. And so students learn about like probability distributions with dice. So you could do it like 3d6 plus, 1d4. Oh, so one of the questions we ask, so it's gonna be graphical, but the idea is that we do model it. We model, so all of the data components to the game are modeled using essentially text-based things. So you could do text-based, but there happens to be a graphical interface. So we're learning about model, view, and controller, observable data, and learning how do we build a project that is scalable. You can like keep getting bigger as we go. And so one of the first things they do is implement this dice analyzer. All right, so they start out by implementing just a single, so they start out actually implementing just a die roller. So they model a die, and then they implement die controllers. And when you click these buttons, so the very, very first thing they do, the very, very first thing you would do if you did this would be to have a die roller. You click the button, it rolls some dice, and then some of the bonus features here would be, okay, can you add images to the dice, the little buttons here? All right, so then the second one talks about dice notation, and I'm not done writing part 2 yet. I'm done with the prototype for part 2, and now I'm converting it back. So then student Rave, welcome back. So then the second thing they build is sort of like this dice analyzer. Like, we're going to talk about what are the probability distributions of dice. What's the difference between rolling 3d6 and 2d9, right? It's very different. It's very different. It's the 3d6 is like slightly more consistent in the middle, but has lower chances to get the max values. So like 1d18 is completely even. You're more likely to get bad rolls, but you're also more likely to get good rolls. So it's a little bit of a mathy class in that regard as well. But my students really wanted me to do a Unity class, and this is sort of how I justified doing a Unity class to myself. Yeah, I'm trying to follow solid design. We have unit tests in here too. So like if we look at modeling a die, I give my units. All right, here's the tests. Take this, put this in your test folder, and then that's how you'll know whether or not you're correct. Not correct, but gives you confidence. Gives you confidence that your project is going to not fail later. So yeah, we're trying to build prototypes here so we know what to test, that sort of thing. It's awesome. The first time I learned about solid was in university. I've been programming since I was 7. But in university, I sort of was like, oh my goodness, you start appreciating these things when you're forced to do them. So this project is sort of forcing you to do them in that way. But we end up with a histogram. And then after you have the histogram, you get this character creator. And I've finished the character creator prototype, but I haven't written the part of the project that does it yet. And so you end up with sort of a portrait selector, a name selector, you roll stats, and then you're able to start sort of quote unquote playing the game. And so creating a character creator. So we've made it there. We've got the prototype for the character creator done. Now we're working on equipment, right? So we're working on equipment. And that was sort of our goal today was like, can we figure out how to get weapons equipable in our character? Because we would like to be able to make a weapon shop and an armor shop. So those are the two things I'm going to create in the project. In fact, I'm going to create a weapon shop as part of the project write-up, and then require students to make an armor shop. Well, essentially, make an armor shop is going to be one of the big challenges in it. And then I'm going to provide a sort of forest. So then you have random encounters against other quote unquote characters. So everything uses the same stat model. So then you're going to write a combat simulator. And then, so I'll give them a forest and then show them how to make monsters, that sort of thing. And then have them sort of go off on their own from there. Say, okay, well, you have forest. If you want, you can make a dungeon, you can make a castle, theme it however you want. If you want to add more item shops, go for it. But the idea is to give them a framework for creating an RPG. So that's what we're exploring here for this is day 4, I think, of this. So we've been exploring how to build this prototype of an RPG. But yeah, thank you for coming by. JK, I hope you know let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong, but JK says, I have no feedback to offer because I'm probably below the class's level grade as far as going, but talking about scalable and code improvement things iteratively reminds me of Matt Parker video where he wrote a program which took a month to solve a problem, and then within about a month of his video, his Patreon community has reduced its runtime to milliseconds. Keep teaching people to do this, man. Yeah, that's the whole point, is how do we do it scalable? How do we keep things scalable? Or more importantly, not even necessarily scalable, but how do you not write yourself into a hole, right? So if you have requirements of how your game combat system and stuff are going to work, you probably don't need to do all this painful stuff that I'm doing here. But that's sort of where we're at. Okay. All right. So, anyway, so thank you for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Story Girl. I appreciate it. It was really fun watching your stream this morning. Morning for me, I think it was evening for you. But yeah, welcome aboard. We were about to write some tests here. We were trying to figure out, all right, so to reiterate, we were just trying to figure out how do I do two-handed weapons? And I think the option here is put in a Boolean here is two-handed. I think that's the simplest way to add it. So again, there's this danger. There's also a danger of like over generalizing of like, okay, well, someone mentioned, well, what about a weapon that is three-handed? What do you do with a weapon that's three-handed? It's like, that's a bit, that's a little like horribly frustrating, right? So what about a weapon that's four-handed? What if you have an octopus character that can wield 8 different weapons? How do you deal with that? So it's like, do we keep building it endlessly in that way, or do we not worry too much about that? Um, yes, because slots is supposed to represent where it can be equipped. So something that'll go in the left and right hand. I know MJT, a giant that wields 4 giant swords. We could change this to a number that says like hands required instead of is two-handed. But if we still do so what I'm gonna stick to with is two-handed, and if you happen to, you could still create a creature that has 8 hands, but they can only wield 4 two-handed weapons. So I think I'm okay with forcing myself into this is two-handed thing here, and putting oh, I am. So in equipment manifest, it is a dictionary from equipments to equipables. So in I-equipable, this here is saying, so an equipable can be equipped into, it's saying that these are the potential slots that you're allowed to equip this thing. So for example, our equipment slots right now happen to be left hand, right hand. So your weapon can go in your left hand or your right hand. Doesn't matter. So we say that it's equipable to both of those slots. Is that just an ability now? Well, I would say, potentially. We're not going to go there, MJT. We're not going to go there, MJT. Exactly, Story Girl. That's exactly right. So the manifest is where you actually have the mapping, whereas the equipable itself says this can be equipped here. So for example, you might have multiple accessory slots, right? So you might have ring 1, ring 2. You can, go on that one. I know you're just playing MJT, but we're filled with regret already, so we're we're trying not to be more regretful. Yeah, but I'm always open to feedback. Real quick, I'm just gonna plug myself here. I do have a Discord channel. If you're interested in joining my Discord channel, seeing the progress I'm making, feel free to do so, since we got so many new people here today. Feel free to join the Discord. I love to hear feedback on the projects I'm doing. The only way we get better is to have people critique us, have people criticize us, and give us feedback. So, and I want to make the very best assignments for my students. I want them to learn and grow. I'm not just trying to throw stuff out there. There goes Nightbot. On the timer went off right as I sent my Discord message out there. But yeah, if you want to join the Discord, keep in touch. Feel free to do so. That would be awesome and fun. Yeah, so we wanted to test. All right, so we're about to test the equipment manifest. We just created a weapon requirement. And the default weapon requirement is you can't have multiple weapons equipped. So you could potentially create a different weapon requirement that basically says that you have any number of weapons can be equipped, but we're gonna stick with this one by default. And so the idea with our weapon here is if you do not specify a set of requirements for that weapon, it's going to get the default one. So this becomes our default with a new weapon requirement like that. There we go. So if you wanted to have a weapon that had different set of requirements, so for example, MJT, this would actually, I think, qualify here, is you could make another, you could subclass weapon, and it's not a two-handed would be false, and its requirement is, it has a different set of slots, so maybe it's a weapon that goes in your forehead, and solve, so I think we actually could make a zero-handed weapon if we really wanted to. Yeah. All right, so let's pop down into our test. We were trying to write our manifest test. I wanted to make sure I could create different types of weapons that we could do. So we'll create a weapon. We gotta get this namespace in here using adventure quest.equipment, and maybe I should add an adventure quest equipment.weapon here, but I don't think I need that. I don't think it's complex enough to warrant that just yet. Although item might be separate from an equipment, we haven't thought that through. But we're gonna create a weapon, dagger equals new weapon, dagger 3, new ability roll. So now we gotta construct all this stuff here to get weapons, but we have the ability to do that. So this would like kind of go in your database area somewhere for ease of accessibility. I think my ability roll, I want to be able to have a notation to be able to do ability rolls. So like ability roll, I want to be able to parse this. It'd be really, really nice to be able to parse in parse string dice notation. I would like to be able to parse this in, and I have this for our base roll, right? And so really I need to, for my roll modifier here, I need my roll modifier to also be parsable. So public static roll modifier parse modifier. And this one's not too bad because we can sort of iterate over the possible things there, but we still also need to do public static bool is parsable string modifier. And so we are parsable essentially if we match, if we're an integer or we match something, one of our abilities. So in this case, we're gonna say modifier string trimmed modifier.trim. So if trim int.try parse, so if we can parse this out as modifier, and it has to be positive. All right, so we've said we only do additive modifiers. You can't do negative modifiers. So to make our lives easier, we've specifically set that. So that's a requirement I've set, but that one wouldn't be that crazy to adjust. So try parse modifier int or out int value. All right, so if we were able to parse it in, then we'll say if, and then I can do and value greater than or equal to greater than 0. We're gonna say that we can't parse things. You can't do like +0. It has to be +1, +2. We return true. And if that's not the case, we match. So we're gonna return on a modifier switch here. And it's basically has to be one of our, well, actually we're gonna loop through. So this would be actually then for, let's see, we have our abilities dot types. So this gives us back all of our abilities. So ability array abilities. Okay, so we have all of our abilities here. We're basically going to check to see if the string matches one of these. Let's import link here. Using system.link. So we're going to convert all these to strings. So select a goes to a dot toString. So we're going to convert all of these to strings. So now we have a string array. And in fact, I'm just going to make this a hash set dot to hash set. And then we just return whether or not the modifier happens to be in there. And let's lowercase all of these to lower to make our lives a little bit easier. Dot to lower. And I'm just going to do this modifier like that. And then finally we say abilities dot contains modifier. All right, so it is parsable if that's the case. All right, so we know for sure it's one of those things if that's the case. So this parse one's a little trickier. Can I do? Yeah, I can do that as well here. So we're gonna start with saying if it is not parsable, we're gonna throw an exception. Throw new system.format exception. So format exception is used when a string is not formatted in a proper way. Skyanon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. I hope you're enjoying this. As always, you're welcome to lurk, but if you have questions, feel free to ask. I love when I get questions. I love when I get to talk, take a break from melting my brain trying to write code. So if you have any questions, let me know. But happy Thursday and welcome aboard. I'm happy to have you. Okay, so here we go. Format exception. Could not parse modifier as a role modifier. Oh, this thing needs to be split. Yeah, this has a... Okay, so this isn't quite right. So is parsable isn't right. We want to first... Okay. Let's make this private. Is unit parsable? So this is an individual chunk inside of a modifier string. So a role modifier looks like this. It's like 5 plus dex plus agility, something like that. And so we actually want to, each individual unit, this is telling us whether a unit is parsable. And then we want to parse a unit. So then we'll have a private static ability parse unit. Okay. So yeah, we're going to parse each unit. And it's going to be a parsability unit. A unit is parsable if it's a number, an integer specifically, or a modifier. And so this now is how we're going to parse the ability unit. So we know that we're gonna say that this should only accept strings that are in the format of, the names of our abilities. So I think we can do enumerator. Let's go look at how. Return null for now, just to make this return ability.strength for now. I want to go look at how I did something and return null here. All right, so let me close this side here. I want to look at how I did this. System.enum. Okay. Let's go back. So it's system.enum. So system.enum dot arse. So I think I can parse an enum type from a value. Yeah, so in fact, I'm going to parse in an ability. I can't parse it that way because I'm not in the right version of C#. Unity uses an older version of C#. We're going to parse modifier. Ignore case. Oh, we can do that. Oh, this should be true. Parse
ability. There we go. All right, so we're gonna ignore the case on the ability. Oh, this is great actually. So I don't have to do this. I think I can go down here and I can say if this is the case, we return true. Otherwise, if system.enum.try parse, we're gonna try to parse. Oh, this is beautiful. I just learned something new. I didn't know this existed. So we're gonna try parse ability, and we're gonna do modifier, case sensitive false, ignore case true, and then out. We basically can ignore the ability here because this is just telling us whether or not we can. And so if this is the case, we return true. And in fact, I can just return this statement here. So we can say if it's parsable. That's fascinating that we don't need that ability there because we have this out. That's a neat little thing there. All right, so if we can parse it, then it's parsable. All right, so now here we return this thing, and it's private, so I'm not going to do. I'll get a exception here. Okay. All right, so now my parse, I need to chunk it out. So again, for my parse here, I'm trying to parse things like 3 plus dex plus agility, plus, int, whatever it happens to be. So this is Dungeons and Dragons style notation for our dice notations. And we're going to come in here and we're going to say, we're going to split this up. So if modifier is null, throw new system.null argument exception. So we cannot parse roll. I'm not sure if it should be cannot parse roll. I don't even know if I need to put anything in there. Unable to. I'm just leave it as that. I'm not sure what my error message should say. If it should say anything, it's like, well, obviously there was a null argument. It's only one argument. I hopefully think it's self-explanatory. Then we are going to trim this. So modifier.trim.split. So we're going to split it on the plus operator there. Okay, so this is going to be our array of tokens. And then we're going to build this thing up. So we're going to have a int modifier value component starts at 0. And then we're going to have am I accept a list? Yeah, I'm going to have a list. Well, I accept an array. And we're going to have a list of ability like this called abilities. And it starts out empty. And we just sort of loop through this thing. So we're going to say for each token in interesting. Yeah, so for each token in tokens, we're gonna solve this, and then we're gonna do new role modifier with our value component, and then our abilities dot as array. I thought I imported link. Abilities, abilities. There we go. I just had a typo there. So we loop through these tokens, and what do we do with them? We're going to parse them, and we're say if is unit so what we can do here is we actually know it. We can say if Yeah, if is unit parsable token. So if it's not parsable, we're gonna throw a new system dot format exception, and we're gonna say that unable to parse role modifier, and then we say which one we were trying to parse. Okay. So if it's not parsable, otherwise we either parse it as an int or as the value components. There's two things I could have here. Say if int.try parse. There's a little bit of redundancy here, but it's useful. Maybe try parse token out int value. Yeah, so we're parsing it as a token, and then the value component gets increased by that amount. Else, since it is a unit, we can then parse that unit. So then abilities dot add parse ability unit token. So that's sort of how we do it. All right, so a little bit, I could probably refactor this a little bit to be a little bit nicer, but I don't think it's overly complex here. So now we have an ability to parse in a role modifier. And so now our ability role, we want to take all of our, so we need to take all of our components here. So how do we parse an ability role now? So we got a role modifier here. And so now we need to be able to combine our dice pool notation with our ability role modifier, so this thing can have both things in there. And so the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna say, okay, we have this dice notation. Say dice notation. Let's trim it. And we're gonna trim and split. Okay. And string tokens. And we're gonna split on our plus as well. Okay. So what we can do is we're gonna say if all right, so we're gonna have a set. Now we're gonna have a list of string tokens that are part of our die pool. So we need to build up the dice part and the ability and the modifier parts separately, because we have a parser for our dice pool. So all the things that are part of our dice pool, and then we have a thing that are part of our role modifier pieces. Okay, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say for each token, each of our token in our tokens, we're gonna loop through. We're gonna say if token, if it is if it is parsable as a dice pool, we're gonna add it to our dice. So this should be token. We're gonna add it to our dice pool set. Else, if it happens to be parsable as otherwise it gets added to our role modifier. Yeah, so else it must be part of the role modifier. Okay, So we're going to chunk out each of our tokens here. If it happens to have, if it's like a 3d6, it gets part to the add to the dice pool portion. Okay. And then at the end there, we say, okay, well, the actual dice. Now we have to say if. This is why breaking it up into like the is parsable method is a little bit better too, because we can separate out the logic here. But we say if let's say string dice pool notation is going to be our, we're going to join together, we're going to put a plus in between them again on our dice pool components, and these are really our dice groups. This should be dice group. All right, and this should be parsable as a dice group. We pull those up. So now our dice pool becomes this, and we happen to know that this is going to be parsable because all of it was here. So we can actually just say dice pool is equal to all of these. In fact, I can just do new dice pool with our dice group. So I don't have to reparse that chunk. Oh, I do, because they haven't been parsed into. Okay, cool. So I can actually make this a list of dice groups. And then here we parse in dice group dot parse. So we're thinking through this here. So we have these dice group dot parse. We pull out the dice group part, and then all that we're left with is the modifier part. All right. And so before we go to do that, we need to sort of say, all right, given the roll modifier that we've built up, we could say if let's go ahead and make a separate string for that. String components. Hang on. Need a better name. Roll modifier tokens. All right, so now we say our roll modifier notation is our, we're going to just add them back together. All right, happens to be putting those plus back together. Now we can check if the roll modifier that, oh, we don't have an is parsable. All right. So let's write an is parsable here. Public static bool is parsable string modifier, and it's essentially goes through and does this without adding these things in. So it's gonna do something like this. If it's null, we return false. Otherwise we split them. We don't care about the value component. We don't care about actually building the list. We just care that every unit in it is parsable. And then if it's not, we return false. If we make it to the end, we can parse it and we return true. And so otherwise we loop in here. And now at the beginning, I can just check, hey, if is parsable, if it's not parsable, okay, this is where my brain was getting caught up before. I'm gonna throw a format exception. Could not parse modifier as a roll modifier. Okay, so now I don't need to do this check here. I know that it's either a component or not, and so I do that chunk there. So I know it can be parsed, and for you know, if I wanted to optimize this, I could sort of combine these together, so it's a little bit quicker because I'm checking it here and I'm checking it here. But it's really like, if we think about, you know, time complexity, it's it's basically double the time, and so it should be relatively small. I don't think we're going to take any real hits in that regard. Okay, so now our ability roll, we can say if we can parse our roll modifier. If we can't parse it, then we throw a new system.format exception here saying could not parse ability roll from, and we put this out here, our dice notation. Okay. So we weren't able to parse it. Otherwise, we know we can parse it. So our dice pull, we get our dice pull part, and now we finally have our roll modifier, which is going to be roll modifier dot parse roll modifier notation, and then we just return new ability roll dice pool and roll modifier. Woo! All right, so now we have a notation. We can get that. We'll have some ability roll that can be rolled given some stats. So now back to our equipment test. We wanted to be able to make this thing, and this requires an ability roll, and so now we can do ability roll dot parse. I'm gonna have to import this. So now we can just say, okay, making a weapon, I can say, okay, dagger's 1d4 plus dexterity, like that. All right, and for sanity's sakes, to make sure that we're good, we can do this ability dot dexterity. Whew. All right, we made it. 5 hours later, and we've just constructed our first weapon. Built a semi-robust. I don't even know if that's true. All right, so now we need a player character. Bob. It's not just a weapon, though. Exactly. It's modeling a system. It's modeling a Dungeons and Dragons-esque system for a weapon. So we're gonna make a new character named Bob. We're gonna give Bob yeah, I have a whole lot of stuff accommodating code that I didn't have before. Absolutely. Don't I have a random ability scored, like abilities? All right. Oh, abilities.roll. Oh, okay, that gives me a whole thing back. Okay. Abilities.roll. This will just give me some random abilities. I don't actually care about that. And my portrait, no portrait. Okay, so we have our character Bob. And so now Bob, we can test this thing now. We can say character equipment manifest equals new character equipment manifest Bob. All right, and we don't need that on both sides here. Now we can say, okay, manifest dot equip dagger into a slot, and the slot we're gonna equip to. Yeah, when GitHub just works. When GitHub just works, we are happy people. And we're gonna try and equip it to our equipment slot dot left hand. All right, this should return true. Bool results. Assert true. Results. So additionally, this should have modified some stuff. All right, so our underlying model with our manifest to start out. What is our manifest? We're just testing equipped. So our manifest, we should assume that okay, we have a brand new manifest we call equipped. It shouldn't work. Dagger 2. So the idea is even if we have two items that are identical when we're not dual wielding, so we're not going to worry about that actually. We'll try sword. 6 1d6 plus strength. Okay. JK, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying it. And happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. It's still Happy New Year, I suppose. We're still in January. So we want to make sure we can equip that. What else? So manifest. We want to make sure we can remove. Okay, so after we equip, if we do manifest equipped. Yeah, so testing equipped should give us back a list. Okay, so what we'll do, create a new manifest. We do assert not contains. Assert contains. Is there a assert does not contain? Inconclusive. Assert that. I've seen those before. So we're gonna assert empty. Assert is empty manifest. So by default, there should be nothing in the manifest. Assert dot empty. Takes a string. Enumerable. Is manifest. Manifest dot. Yeah, ZC Story Girl rated us. So feel free. You should totally. Story Girl is a musician, a musician and a game developer, just kind of like me. And so I think that's awesome. Story Girl's working on a. Thank you. Story Girl's working on a game jam. Which looks awesome. Looks totally awesome. They're doing 3D modeling stuff, and they clearly have some real programming background as well. They're over here, essentially not criticizing, but having really nice conversations about what I'm doing. So definitely go check out Story Girl, if you haven't already. Good stuff happening over there. So if it is empty, manifest.equipped. Okay, that's why. So it should be empty to begin. Then we should be able to say, okay, assert dot contains manifest dot equipped. Oh, so we're going to check that it contains dagger. Thank you for the other shout out there. Thank you for doing that for me. Beautiful. Manifest dot equipped. So after that, it should contain the dagger. We should then be able to remove the dagger. So manifest dot unequip, and the slot we want to unequip happens to be left hand. And so this should return a bool as well. Bool. Result equals. I guess I could just do assert. Here's this row should assert false, and this should be assert true. Contains like this. Okay. What else are we gonna assert? So now it should be empty again. Before we do that, let's try to equip it. So we should assert dot false manifest dot equip Equip dagger. And I think I want to make a short. So I'm noticing there's some annoyance here. I think I want to make a shorthand in my equipment here. That allows me to essentially forward in here public bool equip. Yeah, so in our equipment manifest, we're going to do the following. We're going to add in a shorthand here. Public bool equip. Can we do default stuff in here? And this should take in an equipment slot. Can I do this? All right. I haven't clicked over to Unity to get an actual compile in a while. I don't know if this is, I don't think default interface implementations are sweet. They are. So we can say that, let's make sure. Okay, maybe not. All right, rather than doing it this way, I can do it this way, I think, though. This dot equip to equip, comma, new slot. It does not. Call is ambiguous. I'm surprised so it doesn't know whether to go to. Oh, do I have to explicitly say? I think I have to. Yeah, I have to be explicit here. It wasn't able to figure out that it was this type of list. It was saying that, oh, well, you could potentially construct. Apparently, there's a constructor for enumerated types that would allow that. All right, so now we have this shorthand. So in our tests, we should be able to just do a single slot like that. Cannot convert from this. Maybe I just need to compile here. I'm a little surprised by that. Shouldn't. It's an equipment manifest. Shouldn't it get this default implementation? I guess. I guess we don't get the default implementation, which is quite annoying. I really was hoping we would. That was the whole point of doing it. So I think I need to write like an equipment extensions or something. Oh, maybe. Can I convert from this to that? It seems that it doesn't manifest.equip. Saying that there's not multiple parts of it. So let me try something else. This default implementation didn't work. But let me try something here real quick. Public static class equipment manifest extensions. So I know I can do extensions of public static bool equip takes in an I this. Yeah, so but then if I make subclasses, I have to add that implementation to all of them. So I really, really want to be able to make it so that, because there's going to be different types of equipment manifests, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't want to have to implement it in the subclass because the interface, it's defined in the interface. But C# lets us have extensions here. So I think I can do it this way where I say, if I have an IEquipable manifest, I think this is how we do this. Let me make sure. Return true. What is it complaining about? Manifest. Okay. Yeah. And then this is going to take in an IEquipable to equip. And a list. And instead of in a list, it's going to take in just an equipment slot. And it's going to return manifest.equip to equip and then new lists equipment slot with just a single value in there, which happens to be slot. So I should do this and then, oh, I think I know what's going on is that, yeah, so now I have it. I couldn't do the default implementation in the interface. I think it's because Unity uses a slightly older version of C#, so it's like C#8. I think we're on C# 11 now, and so default interface implementations, I guess, don't work differently, or I don't understand them. Anyway, this solves the problem for us. We've created a an extension here that says, well, anything that happens to be in an equipment manifest can get this, and you get it. I don't know. It's kind of crazy that we couldn't do it that way, but that's all right. So now we just sort of get it for free, quote unquote free. We get it in that we've done it here. So assert true, assert false, and it. Okay. So the idea here was I shouldn't be able to equip the sword now. All right, so this should assert false. I try to equip the sword into any hand. So if I try to equip it into the left hand, it should be false. If I try to equip it into the right hand, it should be false. And I should still have my dagger. And the size, assert count? Is there assert size? All right, I guess I'll do an assert equals. Assert equal, R equal 1 and manifest.equipped.count. So we should still only have one thing in our manifest, and it happens to be the dagger. And for sanity, we should also do that here. Okay. All right. So then we can actually, so what's interesting here is the way we do have it set up, you could equip, so Dark Souls-esque, you might want to equip a dagger in two hands. So the way where our program's set up is we could actually try to equip a dagger in two hands if we wanted to. This should return true, actually. So I should be able to unequipped left hand. And then our manifest should be empty. And then I should be able to do essentially this same check here, but with the right hand. I should be able to equip my dagger in the right hand. And not only should my manifest contain this, assert dot r equal. It should be equal here if I go manifest dot equipped at equipment slot left hand. Okay. And then down here, after I equip it into the right hand, I should have my right hand. My manifest should have it in the right hand as well. Okay. This should not have changed. I'll put this down here as well. Okay. So this test feels reasonable. We test that we can equip a dagger. If the dagger's equipped, we can't equip a sword. Let's swap it out here, actually. Down here in the second part. Let's equip the sword in the right hand. So assert dot true manifest dot equip sword in our right hand. And now we assert that our manifest has this sword, has a count of 1. And that our sword is in the right hand. Similar. Okay, Story Girl, that's good to know. That's interesting. I was just like struggling with that. This felt like the easy way to do it. We'll just put an extension in here. Yeah, it's a little that's interesting. That's interesting. Anyway, this solved my problem here, the extension method. So extension methods, I love that they exist. It feels, usually you don't put them alongside your own stuff like that, but that's okay. All right, let's run this test. I suspect it's not going to work because we've just been muscling our way through some of this stuff. So let's see if we fails, but we can figure out why it fails now. If you replace static class with interface inherited equipable, should work cleanly now. You're suggesting well, it feels awkward to me that the name would be like iEquipment Manifest, and then it would be like iEquipment Manifest Extensions, and then I would do that. Send me a link to that article. I'd love to read it. So that I understand a little bit better. Yeah, so thank you for the information. But yeah, I'd love to see the article. Let me keep looking here. I was gonna. Okay, this test failed, but it failed on like it's saying it. I've just named this. I haven't renamed this here. Tests. Equipping weapons. Test character can only have one weapon equipped. Okay. And we're failing on yeah, I wish this would wrap down here. On line 21, and I think if I did this. Manifest equipped dot values. All right, let's try again. So we had a bad test. The tests, it was checking whether or not it contained like a key value pair. Expected 1, but was 2. Okay. Line 22. That's interesting. That one's interesting. Let's add in. So when we call. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. That's like the best place to put it, so I'll remember to check it out. I appreciate it. I gotta stay focused here to get this, and then I'm gonna take a look at it. I've been going a long time. I should probably wrap up here, but I really wanted to finish this today. Oh boy. Are equipable. Oh, I was going to add in a breakpoint into my equipment manifest for equip so I can look what's going on. It's saying there's 2 things in here. So I want to... All right, what are the 2 things? That's super curious. All right, so let's attach the debugger. And I hope the debugger works in edit mode. I've never tried to debug a test this way. I'm really hoping it does. But we're not in play mode, so I don't know if this will send. Good, it does. This is the first time I've ever debugged a test this way. All right, so manifest, equipped, left hand and right hand. Okay, so, all right, so let's, we'll continue and we'll fail. And let's go into our equipment manifest. This is fascinating. And we're gonna step through our equip here. To see what this argument that's coming in is. Wow. All right, let's try again. And all right, so our call here is Fateos or Fate OS. I'm not sure. Thank you for the follow. I always welcome lurkers. But if you ever have a question or ever want to chat, feel free to do so. I love chatting. I don't know if you've noticed, but I love chatting. So let's make sure our 2 equip. Happy Thursday, by the way. Welcome aboard. This looks correct, and then our equipped has nothing in it to begin. Okay, so we should be able to. Awesome. I've fallen in love. That was interesting. I must have hit continue. Cool. I'm glad to hear. So yeah, my whole goal is to like teach. I'm creating a project. So let me ask you a question. Do you have any programming background before C#? Are you learning C# for the first time, or are you? Let's reconnect the debugger because something went amiss there. Are you learning to program for the first time, or are you learning C# for the first time? Because those are 2 different things. You can do both at the same time, but they are 2 different things. Why didn't it step over work? Because I'm in the process of developing. This is going to be a. Okay, so we make it through that. Yeah, so I'm working on a book. I'm working on a C# book. It's targeted towards beginner programmers. I teach middle school. I teach high school too, but I teach mostly middle school computer science and programming. So I have a book Adventures in C# that I'm working on. It's sort of in alpha beta, but it'll get you to the basics. And then this thing that I'm working on right now happens to be a project that my students are going to be doing, and I'm prototyping how to get here. And so I've got I have the first part of this project finished. I'm sort of working on the second part. The second part's done, prototyped. I haven't written the whole thing, and now I'm working on, I'm essentially working on part 4, which is equipment. Oh boy, jam at 3 a.m. Gotcha. Don't know anything, sir. MVC. So cool. So yeah, to hang out. You should join the Discord. If you're looking for learning, feel free to join the Discord. Lots of people there, always willing to help you out. But so happy to have you here. But yeah, please. Another thing is my YouTube channel. I did Advent of Code. I don't know if you know about Advent of Code, but if you're looking to learn programming stuff, I did all of Advent of Code in C#. And if you go to Captain Coder here, the first 14 days I put guides on how to solve them. So Advent of Code is like a programming challenge site that every December they do some challenges, but they have like these problem descriptions, and I put together guides for days 1 through 14 that I use to teach my students, or I made these videos specifically for my students to be able to solve days 1 through 14. And these are guides that don't just give you the solution, they like try and guide you to the solution and give you chances to pause and watch them. So if you're trying to learn C#, you have some of the basics down and you're ready to move on from there, feel free to check out my Advent of Code videos. I have gotten incredibly good response on them. So I feel like they're pretty good. They're not terrible. Let me put it that way. They're not terrible. People have told me they're very useful. All right, so we meet the requirement. So the problem is happening right here. To equip. Here's my bug. This should be slots. Okay, let's kill this breakpoint. Let's run that test again. Debugger for the win, man. Debugger saves you. All right, so I think we'll get past that. Boom! Our test equip weapon works. Beautiful. Did nothing with the UI today. What were my goals today? So if we look at my goals here, my sign-on goals, I wanted to define an iEquipable interface, an equipment type. This became equipment slot. We defined a weapon, which is which implements the iEquipable, and we have this equipment class, which turned into equipment manifest. We didn't add a weapon shop or a status screen, but we have a framework here now. So we are at a point where we have a framework for doing our equipment, attaching equipment to the player, and we could potentially. So my next goal is going to be to write an equipment shop. Let's go ahead and get this commit in, because I've done a lot of work here. So let's go back and review everything I did since my last commit. It looks like I've done way more than. So we're gonna break this into a couple commits. So first off, iRequirement got moved here. So iRequirement got moved. And then we implemented a weapon requirement. So we refactor, move iRequirement into requirement package. All right, so that was one of the things we did here. And then we added a weapon requirement. Oh yeah, we've done some good stuff here. So this is a feat, add weapon requirement. Implemented iRequirement for basic weapons. So we'll commit that in. We did a bunch of stuff with role modifier and ability role. So we added in a parser here for role modifier. All right, so if we see down here, we added in a parser for ability role. So feat add parse method to ability role. We also added in a parse method to our role modifier. So feat, I shouldn't say add, implement parse method, implement parse method on role modifier. All right, so that allowed us to parse those things in. Our character equipment manifests. We found a bug and fixed it, and we actually reworked that whole interface. So our iEquipable, what changed? We changed the package on these. All right, so iEquipable, the refactor, move iEquipable to what did we this is just a refactor update reference to iRequirements. We missed a meta thing. Chore. I'll commit all my metas later. We're caught in something's up here. Give it a second. VS Code got caught up in that. It's just trying to look at the diff of this file. Let's undo that commit. We're going to do that all at the end. Any meta files that I have left over will become a chore commit. But we have our iEquipment manifests. Refactor, change iEquipment manifests, add equipped property to update iEquipment manifest interface. Let's say that equipped method goes to equipped property dictionary, and add iEquipment manifest extensions, which adds an equip helper method. Okay. Added an update. All right, so refactor, weapon add is two-handed property to weapon. And then we also, I'm gonna need to make a weapon builder class to make making weapons a little bit more, a little bit less disgusting tasting. All right. Character equipment and character equipment manifest. Right. Feat implement character equipment manifest. Additionally, implemented test to ensure weapons cannot be, to ensure only one weapon can be equipped, is equipped at a really that was like an equipment weapon requirement that we were doing. And then finally, this last one's here is going to be Unity metadata. Make sure there's none left over here. Chore Unity metadata add left over Unity metadata project. Woo! All right. So some good progress happened there. I'm really happy with it. I've gone about an hour and 40 longer than I intended to, which is okay. Which is okay. I'm on break right now. We go back. I go back to work. My school goes back in session starting on Monday. But let's go and I'm going to sign off here. I'm going to go and do a sign off. So I'll be around for a couple minutes if you want to hang out for a little bit longer while I complete my sign off. But I want to just log my work here. So sign off. I completed all my goals. Completed all goals. Woohoo! Took much longer than anticipated. But we did a bunch of stuff today. So if we look at our log here, you can look at our Git log. I don't need this to be giant. More than anything, I just want to close this real quick. Commit here. All right, so we did a bunch of stuff that we can sort of look through and see, okay, what did we do over the last 5 hours? We did a bunch. And I think maybe I'll just take a screenshot of this. I don't want to have to type everything out, so I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Let me just add that to my clipboard. Copy to clipboard. Paste that in here. All right. Did not complete any bonuses, but character can equip weapons. All right. There's my sign off. Pretty happy with the progress that was made today. We made it way more complicated than I anticipated. So the actual projects for my students is going to be much less, but it's good to know that I have worked through all of the not necessarily all of the nuances, but some of the nuances of like, well, what if we want to have a more complex equipment system? All right, so I've done that. I'm pretty happy here, and I'm about to sign off. So thank you everyone for hanging out. Really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. I'll be back tomorrow for sure. Probably tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. And then I start work again on Monday, so my schedule will be a little bit different. Tuesday, Thursday, I think will remain the same, but Monday, Wednesday, Friday, might be a little bit different. I still think I'll stream the 2 hours I've been doing every day. But thank you so much for hanging out. It's been wonderful. Story Girl, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna do a shout out for you one more time. I don't know. Story Girl, thank you so much for the raid. If you don't already follow Story Girl, be sure to follow Story Girl. Musician, game developer, does it all. Go check him out. It was wonderful hanging out, and have a beautiful day. And of course, join the Discord. If you have any questions, join the Discord. If you need help, ask questions there. I'm always looking. Lots of fun people there doing, willing to help you out. Have a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and you're welcome back anytime. Actually, wait, before I log off, I always forget to do this. We're gonna raid someone. I always forget to raid someone. All right, who should we raid? Any suggestions on who to raid? I'd like to keep it in game development or software engineering land. But any suggestions for someone to raid, we can find someone. I'm new to Twitch, so I always forget. Maybe we'll do Code Rad Games. Well, let's browse here. I'm open to suggestions. No one that I guess Code Rad Games is here. But let's see if anyone else is doing Unity. Let's see here. Let us learn Unity. Back into Unity. Let's see if we can raid There's no suggestions. What's Code Red Game doing? Starting soon. They're not running yet. They're not up and running yet. Otherwise, we'll wait for them. We'll see if their stream starts here in a minute, and then we'll raid them. Because they just booted up 2 minutes ago, so that might be fun. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll give them a second here, and then we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid. Oh, here we go.
Well, I actually need to finish up what I was working on 2 days ago, which was a new weapon. So.
All right. So if you'd please join the raid, we're gonna head over to Code Red Games, and check out their cool Souls-like game. They're doing some awesome stuff. But yeah, thank you again, everyone, so much for hanging out. Have a beautiful day, and we'll see you next time.
Oh shit, okay, so this is completely doesn't work the way I expect. Also, I need to update something before I forget, which is body armor to the game. Yo, the Captain Coder.